local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Jubilee Park on the big second day of the first round of finals action in the EFL for season 2022. And what a magnificent start we had yesterday. We had an upset. We had a blowout. We had a score where it took a favourite side 3 and a bit quarters to get the upper hand, and we had another side that had to work so hard in that first half and halfway through the third quarter before they got their season back on track. And so we had an absolute plethora of decisions yesterday, and they were all answered. And just for good measure, we had the end of Premier Division, and there were some big winners and losers from that round yesterday. Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm the game day host here for the big contest between Donvale and Coldstream. It's the elimination final day, and for the winner, it's a trip to the Heartbreak Hotel. Whereas for the, not the Heartbreak Hotel, that's the loser. The winner, they get to live and fight another day. Joining me in pre-match this afternoon is a great crew of gentlemen who have really stamped their imprimatur on the EFL season so far. And to the right of me, it's a warm welcome to you, Scotty Hardy.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Brash. Thank you for the warm introduction on what's a crisp sort of day, but sun shining, and the rain should hold out today, so it should make for some good football.
And this young man, I've rode not roughshod, but I've ridden with him all year, and he's a star in the making. Ryan Long, hey Ryan.
Thanks, Brash.
You know what I mean.
I knew what you were talking about, but massive day. Obviously, yesterday was some really important results. I can't wait to touch on Mitcham. That's a big upset, certainly from my eyes, with the way the Division 1 was going all season. But this is, I think I'm more excited about today's game because we get to see who's going to be playing next week and who's out of there. So we're really narrowing it down in a lot of divisions, and this one's going to be, I think, a really tight contest. And
for the first time on an EFL's Saturday afternoon game day, he's the guru of our women's division. He's been there all year. He's covered all the games, and it's a very warm welcome for the first time. And he'll give us a rundown towards the end of the broadcast on where we sit with the women's divisions, because there's grand finals to be had, and it's a warm welcome to you, John O'Ven.
Thank you very much, Brash. Good afternoon, everybody. What a fantastic Sunday afternoon we have here at Jubilee Park. I haven't been here for 9 years. Can you believe that?
Mate.
And it is completely redone. It looks absolutely wonderful. Great facility up here too. Looking forward to this afternoon's match.
Yeah, well, when I was here 9 years ago, mate, it was like it was a huge draft always going through the ground.
Yeah, I was. I used to be an umpire in a league which I think is now defunct, and the centre circle was rubbish and didn't really smell that good too.
No.
But now it looks absolutely incredible.
All right, gents, look, we've got quite a bit to get through in the next 50 minutes, and I'm going to guide Ryan and Scott to start going through Premier Division from yesterday. And Ryan, I'll start off with you, and we'll talk about the big match between Balwyn and Roval.
Yep. Yeah, it was an interesting one. So Roval in the end, 8-14-62, defeated Balwyn 4-14-38. It's a very inaccurate kicking. Quite interesting there. Jordan Lyle had the 3 goals. Goebels just with the 1. Only the 2 goal kickers there, while Taylor kicked 7 for Roval. And they were out without, they were a couple of key outs for the Hawks. So it's an impressive win. And we were talking about this off air at the start. They've now beaten all the, I think the only other contenders in the division. They've beaten them twice. So they've beaten Nobark twice in 2 really intense, hard-fought wins. They've beaten South Croydon twice, and now they've beaten Balwyn twice quite comfortably. And it just sets them up because, as I think certainly from my perspective, I thought a lot of, halfway through the season, I was still not convinced. I thought, well, when are they going to slip up? When are they going to slow down? And when is Noble Park going to probably take the lead? But they proved everyone wrong, I think. And, I don't want to go back to my start of the season predictions at all, but they've been just fantastic. And, they have to get the respect that they deserve now. They are the number one team in Premier Division, and it's going to be a really exciting final series to see if they can continue that form come September.
Yeah, that man Maverick Taylor, 7 goals yesterday, I believe. Ryan, he was the catalyst at that Noble Park game in that second half. He just set them alight. He's just come of age in the last month or so. He's going to be a hard matchup in the final series.
Yeah, he is, and they've got a lot of young talent. I mean, some of the players like McDonald's been in their best, quite frequently during the season. Brolick's also, a bit more experience and been really strong for them. And look, there doesn't seem to be too many weak links. So they play a pretty, if you look at their whole 22 that play, there's no real. Their bottom 5 or 6 play their role and play it well. So when you look at maybe some sides like we watched South Croydon early in the season, they weren't poor, their bottom 5 or 6, but you can probably see the difference between theirs and a Noble Park or a Rowville. Yeah,
all of a sudden, as we move on, Bowen just seemed to have hit a bit of a flat spot, and without Haley in the side, they seem to be robbed of goal-kicking prowess. So Bowen have got it all to do now if they want to at least feature making it to the grand final.
And I think also the promising thing for Rowville is that we've seen when their back's up against the wall, which it was against Noble Park, they had no right to win that, but they found a way, and coming into finals, that's what you want when it's not going on your terms, to be able to turn it around and take that victory. On the other hand, Bowen sort of, when it seems to be sort of going awry, it sort of falls apart a little bit quickly.
And last season, I think the big thing when Bullen were coming into that second half of the season, they were winning by big margins. They were scoring big, and a lot of that was with Haley and Goebbels and Lyle, but they were scoring big margins. So to only kick, I know they were very inaccurate, but to only kick 4 goals yesterday, and they've had a couple results like that during the season, a little bit concerning. We've sort of waited for them to get into that peak form, and we thought maybe they were there, but they do have a bit to catch up on, I think.
Okay, Scotty, South Croydon were the big winners yesterday, because even though Norwood was still an outside chance of making finals if they got the victory, South Croydon they were challenged early, but they still found something to get a victory. What was the score there, mate?
Yeah, so South Croydon 10-10-70 to Norwood 6-11-47. An impressive win again by South Croydon. I've spoke about them highly. I think going into finals, they're a real sort of danger for sides, because they've had a great run home. They've basically been undefeated in the last, I think it's, I'd have to have a look, but probably 6 or
they haven't lost at home in that last 7 patch.
No.
They've got
or maybe they lost at Rowville early in the season, but
I'll have a look at where that loss was. But yeah, they've got good mix there. Obviously Max King sort of still doing what he's doing through the ruck, but also scored 2 goals yesterday. Norwood, look, they've had their struggles sort of throughout the year. They've sort of had a lot of sort of new players sort of coming in, or juniors sort of when they've had COVID and flu. We've covered a couple of their games and sort of seen that they haven't had a full strength list. So look, they're not a bad side. It's just the chips haven't gone their way this year.
Yeah, and the thing was with Norwood, they were probably the best credentialed side in the second half of the season outside that 6 that came home. They just left their run a little too late, and they just had some crucial injuries, and that loss of Dixon midway through the season, where he went overseas for a month, that hurt them structurally. So I think onwards and upwards for Norwood. I mean, like I said, they finished the season with a loss, but they blooded some youngsters in this year, and I think that'll set them in good stead for next year. Another team that all of a sudden just seems to be limping into the finals, Ryan, is Doncaster East. And they were surprisingly beaten yesterday by Park Orchards, but I think for them, the worrying thing is they was held scoreless in the first quarter yesterday.
They were. Park Orchards got out of a jumped them out of the gates 24-0 at quarter time. They ended up winning 10-16-76 to Doncaster East 8-13-61. It is concerning, Brash, because their last 3 weeks obviously been a couple of interesting finishes where they couldn't finish out the game. But even then, they've lost form. They've clearly, I don't know if it's a mindset thing that they're a bit shaken up after the incident a few weeks ago, but Park Orchards, seemingly threw the towel on the rack a couple of weeks ago. We thought their performances started to drop off a little bit. They didn't seem to be scoring as much. So this is a big loss for the Lions because they've really lost a lot of their form. Zach Clark will come back in the side come finals time. It's just really important. I really like Dylan Ollie's season, who's stepped up when Clark hasn't been there, but they need to be a duo there because Clark needs to take more of the centre ruck and because he's the influential player that can win them a final. But they're in a bit of strife, I think.
Jono, have you had a chance to glean your eye over Premier Division this year? Have you got any observations that you'd like to share?
Fortunately, the only match of the round that I've had was when we covered Coldstream last time. So, yeah, when we get around to talking Division 3. But, unfortunately not from Premier, unfortunately. Rush.
That's okay. But you obviously have a look at the ladder and as such, throughout the year. You look at the final 6 now, you think in general they're probably the best 6 that have finally made it to the finals?
Yeah, indeed. And from a percentage perspective, from a position of someone who hasn't really seen the games, with percentages of 143, 158, and in the very high to mid 100s. Yeah, these teams definitely deserve to be in finals, Brush. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, both two sides that have had a real struggle this year, and for one side yesterday, a well-deserved victory. Brian, they've had to work so hard. They've been injury-riddled this year. They've suffered with COVID. They've had retirements. And they get a lovely 50-point win to finish off the season, and that was Berwick taking on probably North Ringwood, who threw all their chips in the last few rounds, but unfortunately have just come up short and they're going down. Yep,
so Berwick 9-10-64, a nice 50-point win over North Ringwood, 1-8-14. It's been interesting. It's been an interesting season. I spoke to Clint Evans at the start of the season, and he was under no...
illusions?
Illusions that they were going to be doing it tough because it was a very young side. They had a lot of retirements. Madison Andrews was one that I think was really important in the outer east or the southeast. Is that where they came from? But, sorry, where they won all those premierships. So they've had a lot of outs in terms of experience. They were playing a lot of the young guys. But the thing about them was if they could just do enough to stay in the division, I think they're going to be all right in the next 2 to 3 years.
I think it was real. I personally, I didn't want them to go down.
No.
Because I think it's really important. I think it's really important for the competition in general that they stay in because they can be the poster. Well, for want of a better word, they're the poster boys.
Yeah.
Right for Beaconsfield. They can lead. Those two can lead the way in possibly maybe swaying some other clubs to think about. Just think about.
You're right, and Scott. One of their big losses was Harrison Money, who hasn't played pretty much the whole season. We talked to him on the Monday recovery a few weeks ago, and they talked about how much that threw out their forward line structure because you didn't have him there. You have to really look for other targets. It's completely turned their season around that in a negative way just because he hasn't been there. So you have him next season. All these younger players get more game into him. They should be a much more competitive side.
And they're more experienced, and they're coming up against sides that they haven't sort of seen before, they haven't got to play against before. So sort of seeing what is out there and giving them sort of a taste of what's there, it just sort of builds for next year. Yeah, they weren't going to be in the top 5, but that's all right. That's they've still stayed afloat. They've had a convincing win, obviously against North Ringwood. North Ringwood be very disappointed sort of from that, but I think we were speaking on the podcast over the weekend and about North Ringwood. I think it gives them an opportunity to sort of go down to that division. They're a good side. They'll do well next year, and you don't want to keep getting defeated as easily as they sort of have throughout the year. It doesn't give you any confidence. It doesn't get players there. But once you sort of drop down to that division, I think they'll be strong or stronger for next year, and looking forward to seeing what they can do.
And the fact is that. Rob Nahas has re-signed. That's a vote of confidence. As well.
Yeah. And for him, to sort of have those losses, but to sort of still want to be involved, to re-sign, to see where that club's going. He obviously has good belief in them. They have had, you know, the win every now and again, but yeah, it was just far and few between.
And probably one of their biggest losses. He didn't play this year. Was Jack Wheeler. He's been a stalwart of the club. I don't know what the reasons why Jack wasn't playing. I don't know whether it was injury or whether he had a year off, but his presence was certainly missed at North Ringwood this year. Another side that had to fight for 3.5 quarters just to make sure that they maintain their 6th position, Scotty, was Blackburn. Vermont served it up to them for 3.5 quarters, but just didn't have enough legs in the end to get the job done, and Blackburn get a victory and their 6th spot, and they're in the finals next week.
Yeah, so Blackburn 12-10-82 defeated Vermont 10-8-68. I think most people had sort of picked Blackburn for that win against Vermont. We've spoken on length about Vermont and sort of just the season that hasn't been this year. But the credit to Vermont, they still stayed in there. They obviously gave them, you know, a fair contest yesterday. Up to 3/4 time, Blackburn was only in front by a goal at 60-54, and then Blackburn have kicked away in the last quarter, and whether that's just sort of the drive to want to stay in that 6th position, as they knew that it was a possibility they may miss out. But yeah, got the win.
The only thing I will say from Vermont, and I'll put my Vermont hat on as a supporter of the club, I think they finished 6 and 12. However, with the injuries and the fact that they basically put out on the park this year an under-21 side, I think they didn't get blown away in too many games. Like they had a few games where they got, you know, picked apart by 40, 50 points. But apart from that, most of them were 20 points. So some positive signs there. But, you know, Blackburn, I'll doff my hat to them because they had a horror start to the season.
They did.
And they've had to work extremely hard just to put themselves back in a position to play finals. And they've had to hold on to 6th spot for about 6 rounds. So kudos to them. They go into a final series next week. A well-earned spot, and they can take some confidence in the fact that they've got some winners and credible performances against fellow sides in that top 6, so they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. And finally, Ryan, Noble Park, the Bulls down at the Bull Ring yesterday, they went ole, and they sent Doncaster to the cleaners.
Yeah, I think we sort of maybe thought this was coming. A big win for them, 27 goals, 13, 175 over Doncaster, 6-7, 43. So it's a bad time for the Sharks to get the Bulls ahead of the final series. There's a lot of goal kickers here. Marston kicked 4, Francis kicked 4, Allen, Beach and Byers, Fairbank all had 3 each for Noble Park. So look,
13 individual goal kickers as well.
Yeah, 13.
Strife.
Well, that shows you what they can do at their best, absolute best, and they're going to be a real threat come finals time, Brush.
They are, especially when you look at that and not only was there 13 goal kickers, but there were multiples.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, I think 9 or 10 of them were more than 2. And you know, look, they got a bit of a. They went down to Noble. They went down to Roval in what was probably the best game of the year that I'd seen. But they didn't. But the thing was, it wasn't like they were just overwhelmed. It wasn't the fact that they didn't give up. They were just overwhelmed by a better side that was just in the moment. There's just sometimes there are sides that, and you can play your absolute best, and then all of a sudden, some performances just come out of nowhere, and that was what happened to them that day.
Yeah.
But if you look at their season overall, Noble Park, it's been pretty consistent all the way through. And they certainly have, you know, with Sketcher and Martin, they got all the Marstons are improving week on week. You got Byers, you've got Ryan Morrison holding the fort down back, and you've got the wily veteran, you know, Shane Allen.
Still, kicking 3-4 a week, and
I tell you what, you know, they're right into this. They're right into this final series. So I think by and large they've sort of done their earn their second spot and a week off.
Yeah, and you do have to have your losses just to keep you in check, and we've sort of seen that sort of through other divisions where they've had wins throughout the whole year, and then all of a sudden it comes finals and it's a different beast. So no, they're in good position. I think both Roval and Noble deserve those top two.
One little stat as we sign off on Premier Division with the finals coming up next week. Just finished off my stats last night for grounds, and the lowest scoring ground on average this year in Premier Division was Berwick, 55 points.
They had a couple really poor losses where they couldn't score much.
So that's the combination of all the senior scores kicked by all sides. That ground average for seniors was only 55 points. That compared to a lot of the other clubs, which were around the 70 to 80 mark. So it's a big ground, and you're not going to kick big scores down there.
No, even the winning sides don't. We were there last year, and I think it was 60 to 50 or something.
Well, gentlemen, that's Premier Division done and dusted, the home and away season. And we're going to take our first break, and when we come back after that break, we're going to start dissecting all the finals action yesterday. This is Division 3 Elimination Final Day here at Jubilee Park. It's Donvale versus Coldstream. Join us after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Back to Jubilee Park. It's Division 3 Elimination Final Day. It's Donvale versus Coldstream, and we'd like to welcome one of the most astute coaches that's ever coached in the EFNL. You know, when he brings a side to a final series, they're going to be well prepared. Good afternoon, Chad Rogers.
Thanks, boys. I'm glad to be here.
Chad, it's been an interesting lead up into the final series for both yourself and Donvale. You're coming off 3 losses, but one of those losses was to them last week by 9 points. Admittedly, though, I look at the margins, 4 goals in those 3 games. Is it just a matter of, are you disappointed with that form, or is it just the fact that you were just beaten on the day and you still got a little bit left in the tank?
Yeah, look, it's about preparation, and it's a hard thing to really touch on when the players know they can't go anywhere.
Yep.
And, we had the rest. Caro played a couple of games where he probably shouldn't have, but we were trying to get to that second spot. And, so then we had to give him a bit of a rest. So, he's going to provide a spark today as well. We bring Cam Shield back in, and we actually got Lee Warren back, which we haven't had for most of the year. So, it's exciting to see us actually have our best side today.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed too, the side that you have picked, I look at the outs out of the whole squad that's played the season, Chad, and your side has been very, very settled. And there's only probably 2 or 3 players that have played, 12 or more games that have missed out. So you'd be pretty happy with the continuity of the side throughout the season, even though you've had to cop injuries along the way, but you've had players that have come in and done the job for you.
Yeah, we were really impressed with what we had. Not a lot of depth this year in terms of what we could bring in, but the players who did put their hand up really did a job for us, and we were able to scrounge out a couple of wins in the first half of the year with a really inferior side to what we have today. So, as much as we haven't had a lot of change, we've never had our best side in.
And Chad, looking forward to the game, and obviously against Donvale. Brash sort of spoke about it just briefly there, the closeness between both sides, sort of similar in sort of scoring. What's the challenge that you find sort of with Donvale and matching up against them that's obviously caused those close games?
They like to spread off the half-back flanks and, move the ball quickly. Obviously, you've got some dangerous forwards in Murphy and Duncan. So it'll be interesting how they set up that way. We know there's a couple of little changes, so we'll be interested to see how they set up. But we're probably similar in how we play. And, both teams probably want to move the ball quickly because they've got dangerous forwards.
Was there a bit of excitement this week? Obviously, last year you were completely dominant in Division 4, but we know how the season ended without being able to a final series be played. Is there just, between you and the boys, just excitement just to be able to actually play a finals game?
Yeah, it is. It's another opportunity. We're taking this as a bit of a journey, and we did miss out in playing. Hopefully, we would like to win a premiership before you come up, but that didn't eventuate. And there's a bit of a sting in the tail from the last time we were in finals, where we won 12 straight and then went out in straight sets. We were cooked. So the boys are up and about. They know this is a big day for them.
And just on your expectations at the start of the season, have they been exceeded? Did you expect to be here come finals time, or was it sort of a bit of an unknown going up a division?
It was a bit of an unknown. Look, we knew our best would be good enough. We just haven't been able to have everyone out in the park at the same time. So we've been very competitive. We haven't probably played it at our best standard, I reckon. So hopefully it happens today.
As the game progresses along this afternoon, how much will you be drawing on last week's experience with the boys as the game progresses? And will you actually be comparing where you were at stages last week, or is it just a clean slate in terms of the build-up? It's
more of a clean slate. You want to play the game your way, and you want to play your brand. We understand how they were, and we know how we want to set up. It's about it's about the boys actually heads being in the right space and actually implementing our game plan.
And obviously one of your messages mainly throughout the year is your tackle pressure and your transitions. Is that sort of the key message today, to keep applying that pressure? Obviously quite a big ground here, but stranger to a big ground because you've got a massive ground yourself.
Yeah. Look, our key performance indicators shown us that's been pretty poor from our standards the last few weeks, which isn't surprising. People are getting themselves ready to play finals footy. They might go a bit bruise-free. So I really want to see the heat today. If we can provide a game where we give plenty of pressure and heat, I think the scoreboard should look after itself.
Chad, I almost think that Jubilee Park really does play into Coldstream's hands, because the fact that you play on such a big ground and you've been able to, play a game plan that suits a massive ground. When you found out that you're playing the finals here, did you get a little excited?
Yeah, we were definitely excited. And how's the surface out here? It's unbelievable after all the rain we've had. So it's just a ground though. It's all about attitude and effort, and the boys are going to turn up to play.
And finally, did you go and have a look at yesterday's game?
I didn't myself. I've had to look after the kids at home, so I just trusted my lieutenants to come here and watch the game. They said it was a really good game.
Yeah, and what did they have some interesting feedback for you to have a think about?
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully we get through today and we can really implement those things that we saw yesterday.
Well, Chad, it's been really good having you on the broadcast again, and Coldstream. Hopefully now that 21's behind us, 22. Hopefully now you can get some reward for all this effort for the time that you've put in at Coldstream, and good luck for today and hopefully the rest of the final series.
No worries. Thanks, Brush. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it, and hopefully it's a good game today.
There you have it. One of the very few coaches in the EFNL that has a better than 50% win record. Chad Rogers, been around the competition for such a long time, and one of the best coaches that you can get at any football club. All right, gents, let's start. We finished with Chad. I'm sure we'll have Kevin Collins coming on very shortly. Let's kick it off with 4th Division yesterday. And what a massive game it was for Sylvan taking on Surrey Park, Ryan. Sylvan got a huge fright for 2.5 quarters before they finally put their foot on the pedal. Take us through the score and the goal kickers, and we'll have a discussion about it.
So the final score in the end, it was Sylvan 15-4-94, defeating Surrey Park 10-7-67. Kimpton ended up kicking the 4 goals with the major goal kicker for them, Bonfadini, Lynch, Rattray, 2 each. So Rattray coming back into side and making an impact straight away, while Surrey Park, Cairn kicked 5, and the rest are all single goal kickers. So yeah, it was an interesting result at the half time. It looked like Surrey Park had that edge on them again, coming off the win the week before, and looked in good form, Brash.
Yeah, funny thing is, I'm sitting there and I'm listening to that score, and I'm thinking, especially through that third quarter when Surrey were in front, and I'm thinking, have Sylvan scared themselves a little bit here, like thinking that, oh no, I don't think we're in this position again. It's almost like they had to find something within a very minute time to switch that mindset around very quickly, because I reckon that game was about 2 goals away from being blown open for them not to come back.
You know what? I think that third quarter, the 6 goals straight, is what's going to, at the end of the season, is what's going to win in that premiership, because if they lose this game, the doubts are there, because that would be 3 losses in a row to Surrey Park. So they keep Surrey Park just to the 1 goal, 6 to themselves in that third, and they set themselves up now, because they'll go into this grand final. If it's Churnside Park that make it there, or Kilsyth, they'll be very happy because they've beaten them comfortably each time. If it is Surrey Park now, they'll go, all right, we've beaten them, it's 2-2. We've got some form back on the same ground that they will be playing on the grand final day at East Burwood. They'll back themselves in now.
Scott, they've made it to the grand final, Sylvan. Right, they've obviously they've had a fright again. If that's the same score line 20 minutes into the third quarter, Surrey are 4 goals up. Do you think Sylvan will start panicking and it could go the other way?
Oh no, look, it's probably in similar talking about how I was saying about Noble Park. Like when your back's up against the wall as the number 1 sort of side, you want to be able to deliver, and they obviously have, and it'll give them such confidence against Surrey there, because obviously the doubts would have played in their mind, no doubt, through that period. And look, if they're back in that position again, at least they have sort of, they can sort of get encouragement from finding those winning options and finding those scores. So, look, credit to them. They're a great side, and they've deserved that top spot when they've been challenged. Yeah, they've delivered. And look, if that's how a grand final plays out for them, it's going to be a ripping grand final.
I'll tell you one thing though, with great interest yesterday. Great to see the captain coach back in the side. Best on the ground yesterday, Trent Martin, one of the most experienced footballers that we've got in this competition. I tell you what, to have him right, when the chips were down. And he obviously, you know, like I said, the coach doesn't vote for himself as the best on the ground, but to have him up and running, right, his leadership and experience, it's just going to be telling on grand final day, Ryan.
Yeah, he's going to be vital, and you look at some of the other players. I'm wondering about James Charge, and we heard something about a slight injury earlier on in that game, so I don't have the diagnosis or anything, so I won't speculate. But
well, I think
he's important for to give them first use in the midfield.
I reckon if he's probably not pinged anything less than a hammy, he'll
be
play.
Fine. Yeah, they'll go for it because they've got one game they're 4 quarters away from premiership. And just on your point, I don't think they'll get themselves in that sort of position again because they've done it now twice against Surrey Park.
And it was like a get out of jail free
card,
isn't it?
I think this time, you've got to be switched on from the word go, but I think, you know, looking at the way they've been dominant this season, and you talked about their forward line with Kimpton and Ficarelli. I spoke to Trent Martin at the start of the season, and they really had high expectations of how this year would go. And look, they've done exactly what they wanted to do, and they put themselves into the position that they're in now, and it's, you know, a really good thing for this club.
All right, well that was the qualifying final for 4th Division. Let's move up now and let's go to 1st Division, and that provided the upset of the season so far. Mooroolbark, gentlemen, they took on Mitcham, and in some ways an undermanned Mitcham, and Mitcham have come away with a big victory here yesterday, Ryan.
Yep, so a 40-point win in the
That's
end.
massive.
Incredible. Blew them out with a 7-goal last quarter. They won 16-10, 106 to Mooroolbark, 9-12, 66. Jai Jordan and Mullet were their major goal scorers, 3 and 2 for Mooroolbark, while Mitcham, Parenti again on form, kicked 4. He's going to love playing at Tormore. I think the space that he'll have in that forward 50 is really strong. Lachlan 3, Hallow 3, Cherry 2, and Jesse Urin 2 as well, while Smythe and Lovell getting involved as well. Lovell was actually best on ground, so I'm assuming he would have played in the ruck. Yeah. I would say more so, and played a bit of a role on Monkhurst. And you know, if you can limit the influence of Monkhurst, you go a long way to winning that game. But the game was pretty tight for 3 quarters, and in the end they just avalanched in that last quarter.
But yeah, and the thing is, Scott, with Mitcham, right? Once again, they've come into a final series, probably not in form that you would expect a side to be running into a final series, but not limped in either. It's just like that they've just quietly workmanlike got in there. They've had to carry a few injuries. They've been able to rest a few players. But when you look once again yesterday, and it seems to be a trend. In finals, you've got to have a spread of goal kickers, and they once again, with Parenti leading the way, they had that spread again.
They shared it around, and it's definitely Mitcham that you're right, that workman sort of attitude, and that's sort of been throughout their season. I guess the question is what happened to Mooroolbark? Only 2 goals after half time to 8 goals, a massive drop for a side that isn't challenged in scoring and have been, you know, delivering quite well throughout the year. But they have to question the last 2 weeks. Obviously, won Turner the week before, and now into this one against Mitcham. It's a little bit of a question mark as to what's actually changed, what's happened in that list.
Well, how much of a change of view is this? For the first 14 to 15 weeks, we thought this was a locked-in grand final between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. We thought they'd both be there. Now Mooroolbark form had dropped off, and you look at today's game, very dangerous. Whoever gets up between Wanturna South and Montrose has a massive chance of knocking off Mooroolbark in the form that they're in. And for a Tigers perspective, Brash, we saw what they did in 2019. They came in as maybe one
underdogs.
Underdogs. They beat Heathorn in that overtime final. I think they beat Baronia, and then the final against Ringwood, who were just, you know, by far the clear favourites. So they can get on a run.
Yeah, and what happens, again, with the sort of the mindset, like if Wanturna do get up and play Mooroolbark, then what do Mooroolbark sort of say, like going in against a side that they only just lost to as well? So
the worry signs for me came after that East Ringwood loss.
Yep.
I think not so much physically, but mentally. I think mentally...
They're undisciplined, very undisciplined.
Yeah, and I think they've unravelled a little bit there. There were some signs that they were, you know, they gave up 6 goals to Bayswater and they had to work their way back into the contest. It's almost like they're fighting their own demons here at the moment, right, to try and convince themselves that they're premiership material. Does it? I don't know, that just...
Yeah, that
right.
feels right, I think, and they have to obviously sort of question it again, coming into a point of the end of the season when you want it to have form, on your backside, and they just don't have it at the moment.
The hardest thing is, and we've all been around local football enough, only the good sides, the really, really good sides, right, can go through seasons undefeated, right? You've got to have plenty of backup and very little injury throughout the season. And I just reckon where Mooroolbark are losing at the moment is, I reckon it's their depth. Their depth is not as good as probably what they thought it was.
Maybe not compared to an East Ringwood.
No. And like I said, mentally I think they look a bit fried. And the thing is, I wouldn't mind whoever the winner is of the elimination final today.
Big chance.
I reckon they'll be fancying themselves next Saturday.
It opens it up.
And whoever wins, today, I'm very excited for the score check, across the afternoon. If Montrose wins it, that's about 6 or 7 in a row. Wanturna South are in really good form. They've won most of their games in the back half of the season. So both sides are going to be coming in with a lot of momentum.
All right, gentlemen. We're going to take another break now, and when we come back, we're going to talk more finals action from yesterday's action in the EFL. But this is Doncaster versus Coldstream. It's third division elimination final, and it's coming up right after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Division 3 elimination final day between Donvale and Coldstream. Coach Kevin Collins from Donvale Football Club will be joining us shortly. Gents, before Colo comes on, let's quickly go through Division 2 qualifying final yesterday. Ryan and you and I are out there, and the best way I can describe this game yesterday was East Burwood got done over by a prize fighter yesterday because Ringwood really worked them over.
You're right, and we've talked about all season probably South Belgrade being the favourite, but watch out for Ringwood. They're in really good form with their experienced players.
What was the score there, mate?
15-15, 105 over East Burwood, 5-15, 45. So it was just a 22-point margin at three-quarter time, but then that last quarter, Mariani for the Rams went down with a hamstring, and it just all fell apart from there. They kicked an unanswered, or not unanswered, but another 8 goals in that last quarter to really blow out the margin. We talked about Burton as the man of the match yesterday. He kicked 4 and was just dominant. And I thought, Brash, early on, he set the tone because they didn't have a matchup for him. And Jenkins probably played majority of the afternoon on him. But the two things they did, they isolated him down there in that forward half. And he's got pace and he's got good hands. So he's not the tallest bloke up forward, but he was able to outrun Jenkins every time to lead up and hit the take the mark. And then he was able to finish off with 4 and probably could end up with maybe one or two more.
I think the other factor too is I thought Brett Rowe sort of did outcoach Scott Wind yesterday, because you look at the forward power of Ringwood, led by we had Mitch. The other Jackson.
Yeah, he's got 3.
He got
Brereton
3.
4.
Brereton 4.
Yep.
But they had other goal kickers, whereas Braden Barlow, Marcus Young, they weren't, and Jamie Kimson, all their prime members. Rowie made a concerted effort yesterday. He was not prepared to let those guys run loose. No easy possessions for them yesterday, and they had to fight tooth and nail for it. I thought Mariani was magnificent for them. He busted. He tore his heart out yesterday. The amount of in and unders that he tried. Some of the experience, they lost Max Wills, massive loss.
That's very underrated that they lost him right before the bounce, because he probably plays on Burton maybe, because that game against Ringwood earlier, he almost won the game, pretty much won the game with these defensive marks.
And he's such a leader as well. Like, he would have been sort of barking instructions, and you take that player out, they lose probably a little bit of that voice down back, and sort of, a sensible decision maker with the football in hand. To lose that, that changes everything.
And another play they missed was McCutcheon, who would have played centre half back. Right, so they would have been able to. He would have taken a good forward as well. But it was just like you always felt that Ringwood were 2 goals away from breaking the game open, and it was just going to be a matter of when.
I think he whispered that to me at halftime. He said they're about 10 minutes away from.
I did.
Yeah, it's done to, and that's exactly what they did, and that's the experience. I think that's a lot. We can talk about the heartbreak that they've had, but they've got a lot of finals experience. They've been there, they've done it.
Yeah.
They're going to put themselves into another position to maybe win one this time.
And what happened, because I wasn't there, obviously, yes, I missed the game, but obviously that kicking 5-15 and Ringwood doing 15-15, was that pressure of East Burwood missing, sort of having 15 behinds? Was that pressure from Ringwood, or was that just poor kicking?
That was poor kicking from both sides. It was down the scoreboard end. Actually, both sides really struggled kicking for goal. They had. They just couldn't read the wind or kick, or make use.
It was a tough win. The 2 games before had similar results.
Yeah. It was a side that was running on in the last quarter, kicking to the scoreboard end, end up winning the game quite comfortably. So the thing is, I look at East Burwood, I was a little disappointed. A couple of experienced guys, Jason Kennedy, who's been around the club, he looked underdone. I don't think he's played a lot of football this year. I think they just didn't get enough run. And I thought Hanson tried hard in the rut, but I thought Latchford, the young Ringwood, he was sensational. He had a great game yesterday. Young man making his way I think it's his first season in senior football. I thought he toiled heroically and worked hard and made sure that his side got first advantage with the ball. I mean, Jackson came into the game as the perfect foil for Brereton. When the ball wasn't going to Brereton, it was going through Jackson, and Jackson was just going through lines like sliced butter, and and East Burwood were just struggling to lay tackles on. However, it's going to be a valuable learning experience for the East Burwood young team. It's their first real dose of decent finals footy at that level. Even though they played off in a Division 4 grand final in 2019, that pales into insignificance with what you're coming up against in Division 2 in 2022. And so far, East Burwood have done extremely well.
They've done a fantastic job.
To finish third. They've still got another chance. Let's just say that they've got another chance. There's a lot of pride down there, and they're going to have to come out next Saturday. But they're going to have to find something, because I think the winner of today's Basin and Baronia, and I know there were coaches out there watching that game yesterday. They'll relish their chances. They'll relish their chances next weekend.
Do we want to touch on that game yet, or are we doing that a bit later? Because the worry for East Burwood for me is that if Mariani is out, if that's a hamstring, that's not a quick recovery. They can't win the flag without him, because he is incredible and he's an inside ball.
The way his body language suggested to me yesterday, he was devastated. He looked gone. To me, he looked gone. Let's go in, and you're right, that's a perfect segue going into today's game. Basin taking on Baronia. Basin have won 3 in a row. They've had some convincing victories, but yet I don't know why, but I just can't. I just can't make it. We'll go on. Yeah. We'll go on. We'll go back to that game. But now we're going to be joined by the other combatant, and the coach of that other combatant is Kevin Collins from the Donvale Football Club. Good afternoon, Kevin. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you, boys?
Very well, thank you. I was just having a look at your side on paper, Kevin, this year, and you've had a lot of trials and tribulations with trying to get your best 22 on the park for most of the season. There's some players there that you've had that have had to fill some gaps that were probably a little disappointed and not making the side. But do I detect today that you've brought in a debutant, Whittaker?
Yes. Sorry, yeah, I was just thinking, you think... when you think debutant, I was thinking of someone coming through the 19. No, we've gone the other way there. Yeah, no, Matty Whittaker's been a solid contributor to the team, to the club, and he's tied up with cricket. He captain coach of cricket, so that sort of limits his availability. So he's been more available to get to training and stuff. He's been our best player in the reserves, and so.
Well, I'd say no. He's only played 8 games, and he was in your best 6 times in the 8 games. So you obviously must have confidence to bring a person in at that level in a final series. So you must have a very high opinion of him.
He's a wonderful person. He's a great leader. Gives us really good voice, and he's got really good judgment. So he's just good. We've got a really young group, and so we sort of feel that he can really contribute in that leadership thing on field.
Nick Murphy's the talisman of the football club. He's a larger than life figure. Just his presence on the field, he lifts the side, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a good finisher, Nick, and he's worked really hard. He was out last week, and he had I think he had a cork or something. So we missed him last week. We dearly missed him, and so he just is a leadership. He finishes off, and so it's good to have him back. He's been fantastic for the club.
How's the excitement been this week? Obviously, last year no one was able to get into a final series because of what happened with the restrictions and everything. Is it just been a good vibes down at the club this week that you get a crack at playing finals footy?
Yeah, it's been fantastic because this has been 3 years in the making, and so we've worked really hard to get it all happening, and so what we have to do is we have to make the most of our opportunities, and it's been good. Training's been good. There's been a positive vibe. It's also handy to have your development team playing on the same day, so everyone's up and about, and selection was really hard. We had 5 changes from last week's game, so it's been difficult, but it's been good. That's what finals footy is all about.
And it's a team we're speaking about to Chad. Both teams very similar in the way you match up. Obviously, you only played them last week and got the win, but obviously through that, Darcy Fritsch kicked 6 of their 12 goals. Yep. He's obviously a key component to their side. Are you looking at sort of changing the role as to him, or is it more about what you guys are doing up forward and sort of throughout the whole ground?
we believe that it'll be one between the arcs, you know, and so we've got to stop that supply coming in. And so when it did go in last week, we didn't put the pressure on the ball carrier, and so it was delivered really well. So, and the good goal kicking, like they kicked 2 points last week, so they were really effective. And so we've gone with our backline was good, and I think we held them to 36% conversion last week, which is probably our best for the year. And but when it goes in, lace out, there's not much anyone can do. So we've just got to put pressure up here between the arcs and just slow the ball down a bit.
Well, Kevin, it's an interesting contest. You played each other last week, but this time it's for fair income. Now it's a spot in the preliminary final, and thank you for spending a little bit of time with us. And good luck to the Donvale Football Club for today, and hopefully for the rest of the final series.
No worries, appreciate that, boys. Have a good call, and hopefully we win. See you next week.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Collins from the Donvale Football Club. Always very generous with his time. Jono, we've got a couple of minutes, mate. Let's quickly run through the women's grand finals coming up, because I know that's one of your you and Ryan can fill us in on all that.
Yes, indeed. So yesterday it was a preliminary final day across a number of venues. So out at HE Park, and next week for Premier and Division 1 and Division 4 grand finals, the Eastern Devils, the new kids of the comp.
Yep.
We'll have both sides in there, so that's going to be a great day for the women in black and white, but also some results from yesterday. Rowville were able to make amends for their loss last week against Park Orchards, and they'll play the Sharks next week at HE Parker as well. So that's a huge game, though, Ryan.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we saw him a couple of weeks ago, match of the round. Sharks won in the end. Izzy Pollock was the star, but yeah, can't wait for that one.
And also special mention to the South Croydon Bulldogs, who registered a 1-point win against Mount Evelyn, so they'll feature as well against the Eastern Devils.
You're right, and Eastern Devils come into the league. They've been really good, really strong. Mount Evelyn too, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the job done. I can't wait to see how that plays out.
Plenty more action to come as well around the various venues, but yeah, for more info, listen to the Women's Footy Focus podcast.
Well done, gentlemen. Well, we've just gone through 56 minutes of primetime EFNL football, and we've discussed it magnificently. So, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for joining me in this hour. John O'Veen, Ryan Long, Scott Hardy. I've been your game day host, Wayne Brasher. And coming up after the break, the call team will assemble to bring you the live coverage of the Division 3 Elimination Final, Donvale versus Coldstream.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local.
Park, ladies and gentlemen, on this sunny Sunday as the Eastland Football Netball League finals continue. We're on to day 2 of this bumper final series as Donvale take on Coldstream at Jubilee Park for the Division 3 Elimination Final. I believe it's called the Elimination Final. Thank you for joining us on Eastern FM at 98.1, as well as the other streaming services, Facebook, YouTube, and the SEN App. Matthew Footy here, joined by Gavin Casey for the first time in a long time at a live match. Gavin, it's good to have you back in the hot seat.
It's good to be back, not just to see another game this year after a bit of absence, but the last time I was here at Jubilee Park, there was a lot of dog walkers accessing a game of football.
Oh yes, of course, back in the dark old days.
Everyone had a dog if they wanted to watch their local club.
Yes,
there was
exactly.
a lot of dog
it was
walking
good
between 2 and 5 last year.
It was good for the rescue dog community. A lot of dogs were rescued during that 2-week hiatus where you had to have a small animal to get to the football. But you've been following this division, of course, closely all year though. So you'd be all over Donvale and Coldstream and where you think this game will head.
Well, they're very closely matched, so that's great for this game alone. But also, I think they would fancy that they could beat Warrandyte next week and get themselves in a grand final. There is form to suggest that they could get into a grand final, so this is going to be a heated contest. But the one thing that is a change to the scenery of this season is that Waverley Blues got a huge scare yesterday.
Absolutely. I don't know how much the boys mentioned on pre-game. Ryan Long, Scott Hardy and Wayne Brasher were part of that pre-game team. Gents, how much did you get into that Waverley Warrandyte game?
We haven't touched.
You haven't done it
yet.
beautifully.
We've saved it now.
Beautiful work from Gavin. You can take the man away for 10 weeks, but he's still got that knowledge, that class. Let's jump straight into it then. Gav makes a good point. Waverley was the one team, across all 5 divisions that I was pretty confident I could tip for the premiership and not have to worry about. But for a period there yesterday, especially at the start of the last quarter where Warrandyte jumped in front, it looked like the Bloods were going to cause a bit of a boil over. In the end, they went down by 9 points. But what it has given is a bit of life into this final series because Waverley don't seem that runaway freight train they were for the last 15 weeks of the season.
It's certainly given a bit of hope, and Warrandyte were really good. Clark kicked 5 off Phillips 2, so they're key because we can talk about the Waverley Blues forward line. They've got so many options, and Williamson again was good with 6, but without Perry still on the side, they've got Steele down there. If you want to put Langford, if the coach comes down in the forward line, he can kick 3 or 4 when they're going well. So they've got a lot of options, and it was a really strong performance from Warrandyte. And we probably haven't. They're an interesting side because they certainly came into the season, Gav, as one of the red-hot favourites after a really strong season last year. And despite maybe some key personnel out at times during the season, they've always stayed in touch, and they've always been that really professional, competitive side. And they don't get, when they win, they don't necessarily belt sides, but they seem to be able to get the job done by 2 or 3 goals. So whoever wins today has got a really tough ask against Warrandyte next week.
Well, it's a different, throughout the year, I think for Warrandyte it was qualifying. We know where we're at in 2022, why there's ins and outs, and that complications with maintaining your best side is always a possibility in football, but it's even more complicated these days. But Warrandyte did what they needed to do, is won games that they were finding it tough in. And now they've set themselves for a final series, and they've got a few players that you just mentioned back in the lineup that actually structurally make you compete at a higher level. that means you can't just take the form of the home and away and say that's where Warrandyte out. It looks like they've lifted by a few goals by the Inns. Waverley Blues weren't complacent because they know that there's teams like, they've had a history with all these clubs, apart from Coldstream, for the last 4 or 5 years. Yep. So they know what they come against. But they probably, when they got advantage early in the second half, everyone assumed who was tracking the scores that the kick away was about to happen. And to see that Warrandyte hit the front and nearly won the qualifying game into the grand final was against expectation. So now it's actually all those things that you take for granted, it can't be anymore.
And it's a big positive that for the Waverley Blues that they were challenged, because at times in the season they've just walked over sides. We were out there against Donvale where they end up winning by 70, 80 points. The good thing, they were challenged, they lost the lead, and then they were able to come back and still win the game. And that you'd rather that happen, that bit of a fright to happen now, rather than 2 weeks' time in a grand final, and then be maybe shell-shocked and go out of your shell a bit.
Well, I think what they would... 2020, they knew they had the list built for a premiership. South Belgrave were a storm in themselves, and they got to compete with them in grand final day. So they knew where they were at against one of the best teams to come through the division at that level. But they looked at what was to come in 2022 and go, if we can perform at a certain level, we should be able to cope with that. But yesterday would have been a trigger. It's not just there for yours for the taking. You've got to work through the contest, and if your strengths are getting nullified, where do you go to next? And I think it's good enough for them, great for Tom Langford, who is actually on the ground whilst it's happening, that they could find a way. That in the last quarter, it was only a couple of goals each, that they were able to find a way. They're not always the high-scoring Waverley Blues who kick a goal when they need to. They're more than that. And so that strength around the contest was probably something that would encourage Tom going into grand final day, because you won't have it on your terms for 4 quarters, which they've had for a little bit this year.
What else do you want to talk about, Scotty, before we jump into Donvale Coldstream? What caught your eye? Obviously, those listeners on Eastern FM wouldn't have caught the pre-game. So what caught your eye across the divisions yesterday? And what do you think was the biggest surprise, I guess? Obviously, Mitchum's win over Mooroolbark takes that cake.
Yeah, it has to be. We spoke about it. I spoke about it sort of pre-game. It's a little bit concerning for Mooroolbark at the moment, just going up against, a side.
It looked like they're running out of bodies.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. Obviously, up against, they had the loss against Wanturna last week. It then gives them what happens if Wanturna beats Montrose today.
And it also gives Montrose a lot of confidence too, because they'll know that they've beaten both Mitcham and Wanturna South this year, and the fact that both those sides have beaten Mooroolbark handily, they would also take confidence from that.
And playing good footy at the moment, Montrose. So, look, I think it gives Mooroolbark a real sort of kick, and they've really got to look at what they need to change. Whether they can, I don't know, whether those bodies are just sort of missing or it's sort of something more about on field that is going awry with them. But, yeah, it's a little bit concerning. So that was an interesting game to keep an eye at yesterday.
Absolutely. Obviously, we were at Mitcham, Ryan, and the Mitcham people by halfway through the second quarter, all they were doing was just announcing the Mitcham. They just had the ground announcer announcing the Mitcham scores goal by goal. Everyone had sort of given up on that Ringwood Eastfield game. That was also a bit of a surprise to me, that the ferocity and just the general gap between those two sides. I think maybe finals experience sort of came out on top there, Ryan, yesterday.
Talking about Ringwood Eastfield.
I think Eastfield, a lot of natural talent, maybe don't have the structures and systems that Ringwood have got, and I think that came to the forefront yesterday at Mitcham. Just by the fact that Eastfield didn't have anything to fall back on other than pure talent when the going got tough. Sometimes when you're under pressure, you need something, a process, a system to fall back on until you find your feet, and Eastfield looked like they didn't have that.
They did, and I think they were thrown out a bit with Max Bills going out before the start of the game. That's a massive loss, because
he can fill any gap.
They're back for, it was here early in the season where he stood strong in that last quarter to help Eastfield hold on. Look, yeah, I think it's the experience that they've got, Ringwood. You can talk about Collier and Wadley and Jackson. It was just incredible. And that forward line, they seem to be isolating Burton up forward. I think he played on Jenkins a bit, and he's got speed. He was able to outrun Jenkins every time to lead up the ball. Good hands, Gav, and look, they're in good form.
They're all
really
strong, actually, those Ringwood lot. Like they're all in very, very good nick, which is obviously going to be a key factor. The same with the Waverley Blues as well. They're all very fit, so that will be a factor come finals.
Well, what was the second quarter like? Because it felt like that East Burwood had a few shots.
So
they missed their chances.
East Burwood had the win in the first quarter, didn't capitalise. I think it was 2-5 to 3 straight. So not only were they down, so they'd actually had the dominance. If they'd kicked 5 goals too, it might have been a different story.
Yep.
So Ringwood were able to kick 3 goals into the breeze, I think in both quarters when they were kicking up the hill towards Maroondah Highway end. So that in fact probably won them the game because every side was going to have dominance kicking with the wind. And actually Paul Uconi, our stats guru, actually pointed out interestingly, both sides actually struggled to kick accurately with the wind.
Yeah.
So it was more about making the most of it into it, and Ringwood were just able to do that better. And I think that comes from that system and structure, knowing how to play. Look at this ground at Jubilee. They play on a ground where you do have to come up a fairly steep hill and often against the wind. So I think that's just that experience that Ringwood playing into it. The women's finals as well, Ryan. We've got all our grand finals locked away, all 6 of them.
Yep.
There's some interesting lineups, but everything's sort of gone to plan. The only real upset is that South Croydon have come from 3rd to be part of the Premier Division grand final.
You're right, and there was a real tight game there. But South Croydon across the season were really strong, and probably that first half of the year they looked like maybe the number two team in the division. Eastern Devils are just a professional outfit,
I think
and they've got
Eastern
2
Devils,
finals.
Yeah, they do. So the Eastern Devils have got Premier in Division 4. Division 4, they're the underdog.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if Vermont can beat them there. Division 3, Eastfield and Croydon North. MLOC will be interesting. They're both
two standouts in Division 3.
Both got percentages in the 300s, which is obviously a good indicator of their strength. In Division 2, it's Knox and East Ringwood, who East Ringwood have beaten them once throughout the season, but Knox have, outside of that, got the wood of them, but 2 points in the qualifying final, so that's a good sign.
I was out there. They're a big chance, Roos.
And then Division 1, Park Orchards Roval, the two most recent times they've played, it's been a draw, and then Park Orchards by a point, although Roval were the minor premiers. And then Premier B, Whitehorse, who have just won the reserves elimination final here. Whitehorse will take on Donvale, who we're also watching. Jono Venn is down on the boundary today. Jono, you're our women's expert. In a quick minute and a half before we go to our final break before the first bounce, what are your thoughts on those women's grand final matchups?
Yeah, looking forward to them, obviously, but looking forward to the games at H.E. Parker, especially. As I said earlier in the pre-game, Devils doubling up, and well, it'd be interesting to see how Roeville go against Park Orchards again. Hopefully, the Hawks get up.
Thank you, John. I didn't know you. Obviously, a Ray Baird fan, getting on the Hawks bandwagon, mate. Good to see he's got a friend in that regard. We're going to go to a quick break here on the Eastland EFNL match of the day. I was about to say round. We've got multiple this week. It's the Division 3 final series. We've got the elimination final from Jubilee Park between Donvale and Coldstream.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, Division 3 Elimination Final. Donvale and Coldstream winner will go through to play Warrandyte next week at this very venue, with the winner of that game taking on the Waverley Blues in the Division 3 Grand Final. Two sides are already in senior Grand Finals in Sylvan, who came from behind to defeat Surrey Park in pretty handy fashion in the end. There at Eastfield Reserve, and then Surrey Park will play the winner of Chirnside Park and Kilsyth. Wayne Brasher is in the score centre today. It's a new role for you, Brash, but a very interesting and important role today, mate, with 3 do-or-die finals going on around the grounds along with this one.
Yeah, massive day, Matty. Looking forward to doing the scores throughout the afternoon. It's always cutthroat elimination final day, and unfortunately for 4 sides, the season ends today.
Yes, exactly right, Brash. Are you tipping any upsets? Can you see Kilsyth getting up?
I've actually gone for Kilsyth, Matt. I've gone Basin in Division 3. I've gone Montrose in Division 1. And I've gone for Coldstream today.
While we're at it, Scotty, who are you going with here today, mate? Donvale and Coldstream played last week. Donvale won by 9 points, but Darcy Carrigan is back.
Yeah, always close contest, but I am going with Coldstream. Just the size of the ground, very much similar to their ground. So, look, I think it'll be another close contest. I'm picking Coldstream by 9 points.
Ryan?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. There's not the 2 games they've played this year. I don't think you can take much from them. Donvale missing a few key players the first time, and then the second time, a lot of players from Coldstream missing. I'm just edging towards Donvale in a close one.
Okay, Gavin?
I agree with Ryan there. I reckon Donvale just a midfield battle that might have the edge there.
I'm going to go with Donvale as well. No real hunch as to why. I just think Donvale will win. Quickly, before we cross down to John O'Van, just got to give a shout out. If you are listening in your cars around the ground or on the SEN app around the ground here at Jubilee Park today, head over to the Ringwood Burger tent. The Schnitzel Burger, and Ryan can vouch for this, the Schnitzel Burger, fantastic, isn't it?
Yep, and you get onion on it. The sauces are down there, barbecue sauce.
Absolutely.
Yep,
do a really good job.
Any lettuce or
there's
just
plenty.
cabbage?
There might be cabbage, KFC styles. Now we're going to cross down to John O'Van. He's been out there. He's checked out the ground conditions. He's checked out the weather conditions and the toss of the coin.
Yes, indeed. Ground and weather is perfect. And James Rouser from Donvale has elected to kick to the right of your screen/radio dial.
And perfect pronunciation on James Rouser there from John O'Van. So we're all in readiness. Umpire Morris is out there. He's a big man, big name. Steps up for the big occasion. There's a few Bulldogs jumpers down there as well, Gav, that I saw as well. You got half an eye on that result down in Launceston between the Hawks and the Bulldogs. So it looks like it's a pretty even spread of tips across here. Donvale and Coldstream, winner stays alive, loser will pack up and have a wild Monday and a silly Sunday evening. Gavin Casey to take us away. Jubilee Park Division 3 Elimination Final.
Looks to be an exciting game on paper. Let's hope it plays out that way. 2 evenly matched teams go at it. Donvale's win the tap for Haig. He taps it closer to the wing, but kicked forward by Carrigan. So Coldstream first to go forward on the run, taken nicely by Jordan. He got dispossessed as soon as he grabbed it, and in letting it go, it's holding the ball against. So Coldstream playing around half forward, looking for inside 50 options. Forward leading up to it. Fritsch will come in late. Can't mark it. There's players all around the ball. It is finds Edmonds. Edmonds being wrapped up in a tackle.
Free kick for a throw there.
Yeah, free for a throw.
And the kick across ground, this time it's Edmonds actually in position to take the intercept. And that was not looking at your options, because if you're going to kick the ball, you want it to go deeper across ground.
The one thing I got taught as a youngster, never kick across your own goal.
No.
And he's done that.
So
it's not worked out well, Gavin.
No. Just in the blind side. It wasn't Edmonds before, but at least he stood his ground, and it's hard to envisage how he was missed. And if you're looking for players, Edmonds standing in the way. Straight in front now, 30 metres out from goal as he kicks to the Greenwood Avenue end. And this will be a great start for Coldstream with Mitchell Edmonds kicking 33 goals home and away. Puts it to the left post. He's angling it into the goals, and it's gone through the middle for the first one today. Coldstream, after 90 seconds of football, lead this elimination final 1-6. Donvale yet to score.
And the poor kick. The last thing you want to do is get Edmonds and Fritsch involved early, because once they do get on a roll and get their kicking boots on, they're hard to stop. But you're right, it's just a poor kick, just a terrible option. They need to go up forward and move the ball that way instead of taking that sort of risk.
Yeah, there was no need there. Obviously, everyone's real fresh.
He actually had a man sort of backwards further in the goal square that was the safer option too. And really, the difference between the two would have been minute, Scott.
Yeah, just the wrong option, wrong option, wrong time.
So back in the middle of Jubilee Park, beautiful day for local football. Haig in the ruck against Lehman. Lehman couldn't really get off the ground, and Haig and his Donvale foes got their hands on the footy, but Lachlan Craig, one of the co-captains for Coldstream,
had a really big year.
He has. He and Carrigan take up the lion's share of possession often. Beautiful tap from Lehman in the direction of Craig, but he missed it. It was socked off the ground there by Adam Cameron, but there's a free kick coming back to the Cougars for kicking in danger, and advantage has been paid. They go out wide in the Lachlan Koga direction. No, advantage hasn't been paid. Already, though, you can see Scotty Coldstream look like they're enjoying the space as Craig takes some metres and goes long in the Edmonds direction. He'll get to the front spot. Good spoil from the Donvale defender. Big Jesse Lehman gets down low, sweeping handball out wide to number 51, Collish. He goes inside forward 50. Fritsch is the target. Good spoil. Jeremy Conti, he's got front spot. The speedster, I think he's overthought that one, and it's through for a rush behind. He just had a quick look up, didn't he, Scott, to see what was ahead of him before taking the pill.
Yeah, and they're using the space really well on this ground. You can see that this is what they're used to, and they're playing it into their strength.
While some of the tools for Coldstream might be lumbering, it doesn't seem like they're closely manned up on early.
No, absolutely not.
So Donvale, they can't even get the kick out right, so it's a turnover now, and Coldstream walk their way through, and this time Conte just takes a hand pass receive in the goal square, and it's a goal, and it's all inexplicably from turnovers in the defensive 50. Not even aware
I'll tell you what, Gab, they love doing stats these days. Sources. Where do you get your sources from? Where are you sourcing your goals? And right at the moment, Coldstream's plan is just let Donvale have it.
Well, they let him turn it over in the most dangerous spots there, and they had numbers open. Once it was turned over, they had players out, and they were always going to finish that.
They need their composure, Donvale. That's the only thing that's going against them.
Take a breath, eh?
Yeah, take a breath. Look for their leaders to step up, and hopefully can get a score back the other way.
Jeremy Conte getting the goal, and for those soccer fans out there, I'm sure we'll be giving a firm handshake to his opponent. Haig hit out again. So Donvale doing okay here. Wignall around this footy. Might be a high free kick going the way of Lachlan Craig, and it is. So Coldstream all over them here. Handball to his teammate Carrigan. He takes off. Left foot Mung might work out. It was a low one. Difficult to handle for his teammate Deacon. And then the tackle laid there by Donvale. So they just need a chance to settle Donvale. I think that's what they're trying to do, Scott, when they have the ball. They want to just chip it around and calm down, but they can't hit any targets.
No, Coldstream playing very quick football today.
Hey, got the clearance himself. Down the centre corridor. Good bounce off the cricket pitch. It keeps rolling down the hill. Here's a chance now for the Vales. Open goal square.
Oh, wow.
McCormack's popped it down there. He's missed across the face. So Donvale on the board. Jake McCormack just shrugged the tackle. Bit of Ollie Wines about Jake McCormack. And it's through for one behind. We've gone 5 minutes here. Donvale 1 behind. Coldstream 2-1-13 in the frantic opening stages of the Division 3 elimination final.
They had an option to lower the eyes there. Nicholas Murphy was looking for the lead, but ignored it and went for the shot at goal. So need to lower the eyes there.
Verstegen on the kick out walks himself out and takes a bounce out of defence just to get some composure before he dumps a kick outside 50 that's well marked, and Craig's underneath it.
He's been absolutely everywhere.
So Craig out of side, half-back's got a nice pass on, nearly taken out, but a good courageous mark for Coldstream. And it's Conte again, who knew contact might come, didn't come, but he still took the brave mark, and he's been paraded forward because a moving man on the mark has allowed a 50-metre penalty to go against Donvale.
John O'Ven, is the Coldstream kicking with the breeze or against it this quarter?
The wind conditions are interesting down here. I would say probably against it slightly.
They're dominating.
So Conte from 45, we'll see what the conditions are like after he kicks this. It's a bit of a flat kick. It's going to the line, just short, punched in the air, but doesn't cross the line yet. And finally, Mill was able to get it over and concede a point. And Donvale, have they got the composure out of the kick out? That's the question.
Well, absolutely. This will be a nervous moment for whoever's taking this kick out, because Coldstream are really pressing high, aren't they? You can see they're really clogging up the corridor. They want Donvale to go out wide. So they do. The fullback takes his full measure and he goes low. It's a good kick in the end. That's what better from the Vales. Finds his target in Whittaker, Matthew Whittaker. He was the back pocket, but then probably half-back flank. He just pops it up to centre wing. The target is Rouser. He's got a lot of teammates to work with. Kapakalakis crumbed it. Then Sheldon Smith came through, got the handball back. And then, once again, this might work out for Donvale, but someone's been pig holding the ball. Don't know how it's a Donvale free kick, given they had possession. But
there's a lot of tackles there.
Caleb Jordovic, who got best on ground last week, is going to get a 25. I think that's for...
commentating.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of chat back from Darcy Carrigan, although it could be that number 17, Chris Renkemar, came on the ground and ran into the protected zone. But Morris is onto things, as we know. So Caleb Jordovic, best of field last week. These two sides. He's about 50 from home. He doesn't look too confident. He's just going to go to the hot spot. His target is Duncan, who's got the sit, brought it to ground, all Coldstream. And the handball comes out from Austin McInerney back to Verstegen. And he goes out wide for Price. The kick in the end is weighted in between Price and Conti. And then the Donvale forwards knock it over the line for a boundary throw. So this is better for the Vales. And they got our first score from around the grounds, Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, Turnside Park 1-1-7, leading Kilsyth 1 goal, 6 points. And Montrose 1 behind, leading 1-2 to South, yet to score.
Tense start at Tormore. Lehman won it down. Rouser came through, was tackled, got his handball away. Aisley, little kick around the corner, can only go as far as the Donvale midfielders. And then bursting through and getting his kick forward was Benjamin Lyle. But down there on the last line is Lee Warren taking the mark, and Coldstream are immediately away, Gavin.
He's got a runner on, but it on the bounce, nicely picked up there by Felsted. Now goes outside defensive area, spilled mark, but Coldstream are good to just use the numbers. Price in there, and Felsted runs onto the wing, takes the mark, gets some contact, exaggerates a little bit, no penalty more given. So the hand pass off to the running Carrigan. He spears it into Fritsch on the bounce. Great little hand pass and give to Shield. Oh, is it a throw?
Morris is all over the throw today. He's all over the throw.
That's theatrics from the umpire. Theatrics from the players are acceptable. Come on.
It was beautiful play, wasn't it? It was a beautiful play.
It was a pick-up, the glorious pick-up and the quick hands, whether it's a throw or a hand pass.
Coldstream, Scotty, just looked to have settled.
Yeah, they've settled well, and they've also putting one behind the ball. So that's probably making Donvale sort of work for it and just bombing it in.
Yeah, so Donvale obviously have a lot of forward options there. And once again, their disposal behind the ball has been poor. So Whittaker's kick went all the way back, and they just cannot take any marks because their kicks don't make the distance, Ryan.
And that's a pressure thing there. Didn't hit him on the chest, and straight away you had a Coldstream forward, push right up and force the kick towards the boundary line.
Yeah, so the kick there came from Charlie Kent and put Nathan Mill under pressure. So we're at right half-back for Donvale. They trail by 13 points. Elimination final football. Haig over the top of Smith, got the hit out. Rouser came through. Felsted. Good tackle by the Donvale skipper in Rouser. He goes back in and gets it. Got his handball back to a teammate who tried to step through the Deacon tackle in Sinisic. The umpire Morris says, give it to me. He probably could have been pinged there because he did try to break the tackle, but I guess there was no other real option as Smith. Good hit out looking for Craig. Zalek just sort of backhanded it around his body looking for a teammate and could only find the boundary line. So we'll have a repeat ball up. Good healthy crowd coming into Jubilee Park today as we cross down to John O'Vent.
Wind's really picked up, gents, going towards the right of screen.
So things really favouring Donvale, although in terms of conditions, although that wind does look it's going to the far pocket. Haig took it out of the ruck and tumbled to punt forward towards centre forward. Murphy will lead the race. Ball bounces right over the back. Ethan Duncan picks it up. Ethan Duncan dribbles one home. Gets Donvale's first. He's the true swing man, Ryan.
Yeah,
he played either end of the ground. It looks like he's playing up forward today, and he's got there first.
And you just saw before the ball came, he had two opponents on him and just was able to... Ball was kicked into space, and he's got a bit of speed on him, so he was able to run onto that inside the forward 50 and then end up with the goal. But you're right, he can move back, which is an option later on in the game if things aren't working for him up forward. But he's proven to kick goals. He's over 20 goals this season, been really strong.
It's very disappointing there for Coldstream. Verstegen seemed to be the spare there. He went to the contest rather than sort of running back towards the goal. It just sort of dribbled through, and he would have stopped that if he was there.
I think the important part is that they were hoping, give credit to Duncan, that the tap on bounced back into his hands.
Yeah.
So that was fantastic for him. And not good news for Coldstream, but they win the out-of-centre clearance. And now they bundle it forward through Deacon. Deacon's bouncing ball. Conti falls over, so allows his opponent Goldsmith to pick it up. His hands passes rushed, of course. There's always pressure on the defenders. It bounces away back to Deacon. 30 out. Rushed at by Goldsmith. The hand pass is smothered, so it's still in the area for Coldstream. It's a fight for Donvale to corral them. And now they might get a clearing kick, but will it be marked by one of their own? Bouncing ball gets into Duncan's hands. His hand pass has been taken away from Donvale for the good tackle of Kolosh.
Whoop.
Now the transfer ball in the middle is dangerous for Coldstream. Intercept by Lyle. Lyle spills forward. Murphy on the lead. He had his own teammate coming out of him and taking his side off the ball, I would reckon. So that means Murphy drops it and he comes the pressure act to concede and out of bounds, 40 metres out. I just reckon that small forward need to get out of his space.
Absolutely. Quickly to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Montrose 117, one turner south, one behind.
Thank you. Out there at Tormore Reserve. If there's going to be a strong wind anywhere, Gav, it'll be there.
Oh, don't I know it.
So thrown in half forward for Donvale. Smith took it out of the ruck, gave it to Craig. Craig handball over the top to Shield, who's under pressure. Got his kick away just in time. In front spot, taking a strong mark, is Chris Renkamar. Gets some applause from Bruce Prest. Hard to do. Popped it up to Koga on the wing. Held up in the breeze. Did well to bring it to ground. Now Donvale look to have settled. So Wignall. Handball to Mill. High ball to half forward. It's a 1-on-3 in favour of Coldstream, and taking the mark is Lee Warren. So there's that loose that Scott Hardy mentioned, and Warren goes short to the ruckman Smith. The big fella. Let's see what he's got by foot. Plays on. Keeps it low down the wing. Again, they've got the numbers down here, Coldstream, but Nathan Mills been paid the mark. Did really well there, outnumbered. And he's got men in the corridor if he wants them. It's a dangerous kick, though, given the breeze. The ball is holding up.
I just want him to lower the eyes a little bit here rather than the bomb, but we'll see what happens.
He's gone in the Rouser direction, one-on-one. Did well, McInerney, to bring it to ground, or Versteeg, and apologies. Handball over the top to Lachlan Craig. He's under pressure. Stepped around his opponent twice. Handball back to the man coming through in McInerney. That had to be deliberate. But he's been given a free for holding the man, so I don't know how that decision came about. Is anyone else with me there?
I'm confused.
That had to be deliberate. McInerney just handballed it over the line. But anyway, all's well. Short kick to Craig. They go through Craig and Carrigan so much.
You get manhandled by dance parties for partners more than that. God.
Short ball to Lee Warren. Defensive side of the centre square for the Cougars. So Donvale doing well now to corral them out wide. It's in the Smith direction. Well done there by Liardi on a man much bigger than him. And now there's a free kick going the way of Coldstream again for in danger. Handball from Hart to Carrigan. Speeds away. Goes down the line in the Fritsch direction. Mills got a tough job there today. He's got support in Cameron, who'll want the boundary line. Conti had a chance, but fumbles and is over the line for boundary throw-in. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Joneside Park 2-1-13, leading Kilsyth 1-6.
I just reckon some of these players aren't aware of the strength of the breeze yet, because some of the transfer kicks across ground have been dangerous because they've held up or dropped short, and the person who's making good position reads the ball well is at great advantage, because I don't think the full complement of players have taken awareness of the conditions. It's in the hands on the last line by Whittaker for Donvale, but when he looked ahead, he said, I don't have any black shirts to kick to. So he kicks it off to the scoreboard wing. Got a lot of distance, but of course it's gone to Coldstream. But the lead-up option was beautiful, and it's now in the hands of, is that Koga? Koga took the mark, and he was the only option for Coldstream, and on the long lead, he eventually marks it beyond 50.
He's a great kicker of the football, Lachlan Koga, but he's kicking into that breeze. That breeze is coming across to the scoreboard side.
And it's hard to get all the distance when your ball's smothered.
Such a strong breeze, it got smothered.
Smothered off the guy on the man on the mark was allowed to come to him as the play on was called. And it's out of bounds, out of side, about 50-odd metres around from Coldstream goal. They lead halfway through this first term, 2-2-14 to Donvale's 1-1-7. Roving the ball there is Donvale, but it's still a contest for the ball. And eventually Deacons out wide, hooks the ball back inside, 50, bouncing ball. No claim by Carrigan. He's got it under his feet, actually, and he's in no interest in trying to get it out. And there'll be a ball up 40 metres out from goals. Let's get more scores around the grounds for EFNL finals.
Montrose 2-1-13, leading one turner south, one behind.
Good start there for the Demons. There's a ruckman down there behind play. Is Carrigan. Gets a right foot ball to the top of the goal square. 1-on-1. Mill and Edmonds is it down there. Or Fritsch.
That's
it's gone over the line for a boundary throw in.
Sorry,
Is
Matt.
it Koga down?
Koga down, yeah.
Now, Koga has had issues with his spine in recent years, and it causes problems with his legs. So hopefully it's nothing too bad to worry about. As Donvale, again, struggling to really find connectivity coming out of defence, but this one's worked out okay. But here is Coldstream again on the rebound. Hart, low ball, looking for a teammate in Deacon. He'll take on the tackler. That has to be holding the ball. It is. The umpires might need to stop play here. Koga is in.
Is that his knee that he's holding?
Like I said, I think it's a neural issue. So
yeah,
my understanding is he's had surgery on his back, and he speaking to me before the Waverley Coldstream game, he still does have pins and needles occasionally in one of his legs. So they need to stop this because the ball is right in the corridor here.
It's coming their way.
Verstegen, centre square, pops it up. Target is Conti. He's undersized. It should be a mark. Donvale players spoil each other. The free kick is going the way of the Vales. And the handball receive comes away, and they'll go out wide. The target is Zalak, the former Doncaster man, takes the mark, defensive side of the wing. Lachlan Koga still down. He's sitting upright. Kick from Zalak. Was a bit of a nervy one for Liardi. Puts pressure on Daniel Price. The Coldstream great. They all fall over each other. Liardi will just get the boundary line, the safety of the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in right in front of John Oven, who we crossed down to.
Koga's got to his feet, just still in the hands of the
trainer. I'll be honest, he's looks like it has to be that neural issue. It didn't look like he twisted an ankle or anything, Scott.
No, it seemed to be in the ruck contest. He sort of got sat on from the opposition ruckman, and that's pushed away. And he looks to be lifting that right leg.
He's going straight off the ground. He must clearly know that he can't continue today, because once he's exited over there, that's day done. And he's sat straight down on the fence. So hopefully for Lachlan Koga, it's not the worst news. He's laying straight down again.
Yeah,
so this is not good for Lachlan Koga, but the game continues, Gavin.
And it hasn't gone far on this broadcast side wing where Lehman and Smith have been battling out in ruck contest. Now it's gone out of bounds for another contest, and the midfielders around the contest just struggling to get out of grasp. But this time, with one hand held, Zalak kicks it into the forward line. Murphy lopes after his opponent in Koga.
The other Koga.
Yeah, so they're brothers, right?
They are brothers.
So it's he might be a bit disturbed by circumstances.
He may be. He may not have even noticed as well, hopefully. Wayne Brasher, score centre.
Churnside Park 3-1-19 leading Kilsyth 2-2-14. Montrose 3-1-19 leading Wanturna South 1 behind.
So went out of bounds for that kick inside 50, and it's gone out of bounds again. So they're actually tightened up both sides around the contest, and the round stoppages, it's hard to clear that immediate area.
And Donvale are getting a lot of ground inside 50s, Ryan.
Yeah, they were. They've just been a little bit fumbly. If they sort of clean that up a bit, they'll be looking good.
Murphy took the tap, ground level ball, Coldstream hold it in, and it'll be a ball up in the pocket 20 metres from Donvale's goals. 18.5 minutes gone at first term. Donvale kicking to the Aqua Nation end. If there is a wind advantage, it's tricky to navigate, but it's Rouser who picks it up from back of the pack. He hooks it with his left, and it misses to the right side for a minor score. So Donvale close the gap. It's Donvale 1-2-8 trailing Coldstream 2-3-15. We approach time on first term.
It is certainly a big loss with Koga out, but they do have still a lot of height around the grounds.
Look, it's more probably the probably the forward ruck duties and the ability to maybe swing back and sit in the hole.
So it's a big role for Lehman. A big day for him now.
Lehman and Smith will probably have to do a lot more defensive duties than they wanted as Verstegen comes out, and the wind just held that footy up. So both sides, Gav, struggling to exit their defensive 50s with confidence as Caleb Jordovec takes the intercept mark. His brother won the under-14C or under-13C Junior Best and Fairest this Wednesday with 41 and 42 votes.
Wow.
So clearly some talent in the family. Yeah, we struggled 1 week, only got the 2. So Caleb Jordovec from right in front of us here, 45-degree angle. He'll kick from just outside the arc. The wind, as we've said, is tricky. He's pushed it across the face. It's coming back. Won't make the distance. Big fly. Off the ground. Goal. Harrison Giles crumbed the pack beautifully and couldn't miss from point-blank range. Donvale 2-2-14, Coldstream 2-3-15. We've gone 20 minutes here in the first quarter. Scott Hardy, Ryan Long.
Well, that's just one of those. You just have to punch that over the line. I know they tried to, but Giles just put himself in the perfect position, Scott, to crumb that ball and be able to put it through.
Yeah, and you probably would have heard special comments in the background saying no, but it bent massively.
It looked like
Brucey went early, didn't he, Scotty?
He went a little bit early, but look, it's the wind's playing somewhat of a part, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes for the rest of the game.
It's great that Giles took, as a small forward, you've got to be crafty and know where did the defender want it to go.
Well, you've also got to have impact with low possession numbers, and he and Conti look like they're going to have a bit of a playoff.
So it's a clearance though for Don from the centre. Long boot with the wind. It drags it across to the right pocket. Murphy picks it up, dodges them like they weren't there, and he kicks a great goal, and he takes the fist to the and says, that's how you do it.
Exactly right. But that's the poise and quality of Nick Murphy. They've missed him every time going inside forward 50, but that one, he just stepped back through the traffic, didn't he? Everyone else was going to the forward pocket right, and he just calmly stopped and curved back onto that left
And he's the key, the composure he had then to finish in front of goal. He's the one, if he can get off the leash here early, kick a couple early for the confidence, it'll go a long way in terms of Donvale winning this match.
That's leading Tobin Brothers' goal of the day so far, I would say.
While the rest of them have been from point-blank range from turnover. That's the first goal someone meant.
We've got to find it somewhere for our sponsors.
Exactly right. Exactly right. The wind is obviously Nick Murphy too. He looks a lot fitter than I've ever seen him, so it's going to be a tough day for Koga if there's with this space as Coldstream now get their first hands on the footy. Carrigan though took on too many tacklers, and Matthew Liardi will get the free kick on the far wing.
Just quickly, sorry, Koga, he's on crutches now, so he's making his way around the boundary.
I think he's well aware of what the injury is. I suspect he would know. You would assume he'd know the risk coming into the game. So Coldstream, a bit of a scrappy work once again from both sides. It's almost like they don't want to have the football either side at the moment. They just lose their minds when they're in their own defensive half, and there's a boundary thrown on the far side. So
it's going to be who cleans the ball up, who uses it a bit better, because both sides have fumbled certainly with their kicking.
Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Montrose 5-1-31, leading one Turner South 2-1-13.
There was a strong wind, as we said at Tormore usually, so let's wait till half-time to make early assumptions, but Montrose starting really well. Have won, is it 6 in a row coming into today? Yep. Gary Ayres' men. The winner, of course, will play Murubak, who lost in shock fashion to Mitcham by 40 points yesterday in the Division 1 qualifying final. Carrigan ducked the head. Umpire said, give it to me. So ball up far side of Jubilee Park. We have gone 22, almost 23 minutes. Donvale have kicked 2 goals in a minute to hit the front, 3-2-20 to 2-3-15. Both defences struggling with the forward pressure of their opponents. Quick clear and kick out of there by Goldsmith will suit the runner there of Sinisic, and he wheels back onto the right foot and goes into the corridor kick. He's in the Giles direction. Could be a free kick for an unrealistic attempt, and there is. So Daniel Price, game 7,000 for Coldstream. Takes his kick inboard to Carrigan. They love the footy in this man's hands. He was here at about 10:30 this morning. There was no 19s game, just a bit of mindfulness out in the middle of the ground. Carrigan, long ball inside forward 50. Donvale once again, their own worst enemy. Hands from Edmonds, got it to Falstead. Handball off to the runner in Renkema, top of the square, looking for Fritsch. He's got 2 players to beat, and Donvale should clear. The handball comes to Zalek. He loops it even wider. Liardi wheels onto the right boot. Corridor might open up here. Long ball out wide. Giles and Price once again. Giles came at the footy, couldn't take it cleanly. Price, with all his experience, did well. Giles kept his feet though. He's got a teammate in support in Sinisic. That's who he uses. And then he goes centre forward. Haig's there. He'll swing across the front. Spoiled his own teammate. Murphy below his knees. Tapped it to the big fella. The 2 tallest men on the Donvale side doing some fancy work.
Throw.
That's a throw from Sam Figg behind the back. Just flicked it out, or was it Koga? And there's going to be a free kick in the end to Zach Haig. It's a comedy of errors at the moment. Isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, they got very lucky, because that should have been an easy mark there, but Haig, eventually will take the set shot.
Yeah, Chris Rinquest got hurt there. We will go to Wayne Brasher after this shot at goal for some around-the-ground scores. Zach Haig, if he kicks this one, Donvale will be very happy. He runs around on the right boot, the ruckman, and it's well across the face, 2 for 1 behind. 3-3-21 to Coldstream, 2-3-15. Wayne Brasher in the score centre first, then John O'Ven on the boundary line.
Yeah, Kilsyth got back into it here. Churnside Park 3-1-19, Kilsyth 3 straight 18.
Jono?
Jen's lucky Goga just walked past me. I heard him say something about shin pain, so we'll have more to say later on.
So Versteegen's got hand in ball for Coldstream, and the kick out, and the huddle has worked beautifully because there's about 24 blokes looking at each other, and the kick out went to a lone man, but the umpire said in all that scrummage there's an elbow gone astray and free kick to Donvale at 55. Wonder why they didn't get a more advanced kick, because the ball was actually in play in the forward pocket. But anyway, Donvale load up kick from Wignall is a long bomb, and it just misses from 60 metres out, misses to the right side. Minus score Donvale. They now lead by 7, 3-4-22 to 2-3-15. Donvale lead Coldstream nearly quarter time in this elimination final.
Matt, they've certainly turned things around after a bit of a shaky start in the first 5 minutes. They've got back on track, and they're starting to win the ball out of the middle and provide opportunities to their forwards.
Absolutely. So contest out there. Here is Wignall, this time on the left foot. Beautifully weighted kick. Will Duncan get there? He won't. He's got Verstegen for company. Turned him onto his opposite boot. Warren should take the mark and does. But you can see the forwards are giving them trouble. Both sides, the defences look outclassed. So really, whoever gets the most supply should win this game. But luckily for the neutral, it looks like it's going to be all guns are blazing, Gavin. None of this defensive stuff.
Well, yeah, the cost of turnovers, that's going to be what's of interest.
Well, absolutely. Coldstream have only really scored from them. High ball, big fly, early fly came there from Charlie Kent. He didn't make any contact with his opponent because his opponent in Edmonds just stood there and took the mark. He's had to come a long way up the ground, though, Mitch Edmonds. Kicked one already today, 34 for the year. Plays on, gets around Zach Haig. That was a bit easy getting around the ruckman. Left foot ball down the line towards his own ruckman in Lehman. Went out the back of Fritsch, hits the deck. Andretta runs onto it. Got a push from Kent. Umpire said, play on. We'll have a boundary throw in. Left half forward for Coldstream. They trail by 7 points. 26.5 minutes gone in this Div 3 elimination final.
The ball's definitely holding up to that left of screen or left of dial there.
Boundary throw in 60 metres round from goal. Good effort from both rucks. Andretto, the smaller player, got involved, but Donvale for Rouser tries to walk out of a congested pack. Losh kicks it, but it's been chopped off. Short pass was marked.
They're away here if they want.
And they're getting out of defence. Running onto it is Ringfist. He marks it in the centre, looks out now and looks at options. Murphy gets underneath it and he won't take the mark. Even the push was irrelevant against him. And,
you never know with Morris though, again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there when I said it. Verstegen took the mark. He was sitting behind the contest of Murphy. Now the kick out wide to the half-back. Coldstream do, on the bounce, keep hold of it, and it's gone back to Warren, more centrally, still on half-back. He's dinky kick finds, and he does like going with Koga as the next option. It looks like they've got a bit of a... Oh, sorry, this time it's Andretto.
Now it's Koga. You were one step ahead, Gav.
Yes, I was. Getting ahead of the game, and now going long. Can Coldstream get a goal before the quarter-time siren? Another mark at half-forward. Long lead at the ball for Coldstream. They've got no players, one only player inside 50 if they get the next kick in, as Deacon is there, but at half forward it's gone out of bounds, and we've got scores around the grounds for finals EFNL.
Montrose 6-1-37 leading Wantirna South 2-1-13. Kilsyth 3-2-20 leading Churnside Park 3-1-19.
And Andretto gets it again. He grabs it. He hand passes towards the boundary line, just hoping for that result.
Ryan, Scott, do both sides need to figure out a way of sort of get some run and some handball receiving? Because it's just kicking. The wind's wreaking havoc.
Yep.
I think it's swirling. No one knows how to play with it.
Well, everyone's just kicked it long, Scott, and not really hit up a target at all. And look, they've been lucky because their defences have just been a bit, out of the loop.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was Nick Murphy, I'd be speaking to the mids at quarter break. They're just not lowering the eyes. He's leading up, but they're just kicking it either over his head or just not at him at all.
And even that one there, Fritsch took the mark on the wing, and he's sort of looking to kick. They need runners to go past him because it's such a big ground. I know Coldstream playing a big ground themselves, but it's not as long as this one is. They do get a clearance and tumble it inside forward 50. They're going to get the advantage. Here's our man Conti, runs in. Misses. He's a live wire though.
Once he gets off, he's
1 goal
very
3
quick.
this quarter. 1 goal 3. A couple of them were rushed. I'm giving them to him, but he gets off the chain here, Ryan. He could be the game changer.
Yeah, look at the space he just created there running into goal, and no one's going to catch him. So he probably had more time than he realised.
Yeah, and this will be a nervous moment. We've gone 29 minutes here. Can Donvale get out of their defensive 50 whilst avoiding a turnover? So far, so good. They've got it out wide to Sam Goldsmith, and there is the siren for quarter time out here at Jubilee Park. We've got a nail-biter on our hands. The Vales, 3-4-22, lead Coldstream 2-4-16. The goal kickers, Jeremy Conti has one and Mitchell Edmonds the other for the Coldstream Cougars. Whilst for the Donvale Magpies, it's Nick Murphy, Ethan Duncan and Harrison Giles. We'll go to a break. When we come back, John O'Van will be with one of our coaches and we'll hear from our special comments team.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, Division 3 elimination or first semi-final. I've been going on about this all week. I really don't like the way we name our finals, Gavin. It confuses me. They don't make any sense. Anyway, the loser of this one's out is the general consensus. Donvale 3-4-22, lead Coldstream 2-4-16. An interesting first quarter, Ryan and Scott, because both sides look like they're keen to score and both sides look really, really nervy when they've got it in their defensive 50.
Oh, sorry. I was just noting that Sam Figg was getting a little bit of treatment then, and still sort of limping. So another one of their talls battling today. But look, pleasing to see that that Donvale sort of has composed themselves and obviously now leading by that single goal.
Yeah, you said there wasn't a whole lot of run and carry, and I think both sides have sort of just blazed away and sent the ball forward, and it hasn't been too bad for them just because of the defences have been under so much pressure, and maybe some uncharacteristic traits, some drop marks, a couple times where Haig punched away the ball from a teammate. So both sides have got plenty of things to clean up and a lot of improvement to come in these three quarters.
And I think it's going to be sort of Donvale, like I was speaking about, needs to lower the eyes, and now going to the left of screen with that breeze, it'll sit up. If they decide to bomb it, it's just going to sit up on top of their heads. So look, they probably need to look at lowering the odds there, but then on the other side, it'll be interesting to see with what happens with Coldstream here, going to the right with that breeze. It sort of seems to have died down a little bit, but yeah.
Let's go boundary side with Jono.
Gents, I've got Kevin Collins with me. Kevin, after Coldstream got off to a fast start, are you happy with how your boys responded in the second part of that first quarter?
Yeah, we responded really well. I thought it was some good direct footy. We really competed hard, started to get on top of the contested ball. We probably gave them too much scope on the outside, so they were able to run the ball up. But we worked our way back in. We got on top in stoppages, so it was an improvement from probably the first 10 minutes where a few fumbles and stuff was going. But yeah, we worked our way back in, so I was pretty pleased with the application.
Got the boys nice and in tight for that quarter time address. Would you summarise your instructions on what they need to do here in the second term?
yeah, we just got to get our hands on the ball first, and then coming into the wind, we have to have first give, and then lower our eyes, hit 35 or 25, 30-metre kicks, and then just get some overlap handball and just put pressure on them and kick the goals. That's all we need to do.
Kevin Collins, thanks for your time. Back to you guys upstairs.
Yeah, it was great to get the insight from the Donvale coach there. He saw, just as we started the game, it's Lehman for Coldstream tapping it down, and Craig sharks the tap, kicks it long, fall of the ball, might fall the way of Shield. He's slow to get it. He slides into the ball in the pocket, pushes it out with his knees to Renkema, and he from 40 metres out under pressure bundles it out on the full, misses the score. So it'll be a free kick to Donvale last line. So Haig and Lehman look like a good contest. Smothered ball out of defensive area. Might fall the way of Coldstream. Carrigan picks it up, slaps it on the boot. He rushes when he probably had more time. He looked around for a millisecond and he said, I'll just have a shot, and he didn't really look at the goals.
Yeah, just had to straighten up, really.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was sort of aiming for there, but look, that again, the the forward pressure to be able to smother that and keep the ball alive.
Yeah, so the kick didn't clear the man on the mark out of the last line, but this time it does. Haig just launches himself, gets the ride. He doesn't take the mark, but he's there to hand pass it to the runner. And now Sinisic gets it going for Donvale into their forward line. Bounce the ball, gets its way to Duncan. Duncan gets tackled, held in. He given time to take on the tackler, and when he dropped it, it's holding the ball against. So he nearly got away with it there, Duncan, because he wasn't prior until he actually nearly got free of the tackle, and when he dropped it, it was a free kick against. And Coldstream through McInerney will dance around Duncan. Now looks for a long half back to half forward kick. Now the big boys come at it. The contest was really just knocking the ball down to the ground, where picking it up off the deck was Mill. He's tackled, given time to get rid of it, but he can't because he's all wrapped up by his Aisley.
Thank you, Gavin. As we go down to John O'Ven on the boundary, who just jumped over to the Coldstream bench as Nathan Mill gets a free kick to hear what they said at quarter time.
Well, I didn't get over to Coldstream, but I've got an update on Lockie Koga. He's done his ankle. He's out for the rest of the game. Sorry, guys. There
you go. So not as we first feared, something to do with that pre-existing back injury. As Haig's kick is intercepted by his opposite number, Lehman, who burst through the pack and kicked it long inside forward 50. Jeremy Conti, the live wire, burst through the first tackle. Handball over the top to Cam Shield. He'll swing around on the right. No, handball back. Whittaker got a fist in. Conti goes once again, turns him inside out. Little left foot ball to the top of the square. Edmonds dropped the mark. Two Coldstream players at the fall of the ball. Fritsch, handball away, Shield. Handball back to Renkema, did well. His handball back into the corridor. Lehman, the big fella, wrapped up in a tackle. And eventually a ball up as he's brought to the ground. And Coldstream, just someone needed to take the shot there, Ryan.
Well, they had too many handballs there. At a couple of times they probably could have kicked the goal, but maybe probably a bit.
I see what Conte was thinking. If I give it over to him, he's in an open
I think
goal.
His handball was right. Shield probably just needed to take the initiative. So Lehman grabbed it out of the ruck, gave it off to Edmonds. That should be holding the ball. It is. It wasn't necessarily a tackle. It was more of just a strip. But he lost possession.
Well, it's a knock-on in rugby league.
It was strip, knock-on, anything. We go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
First score from Second Division Basin 3-3, 21 leading Goronia, 1 goal, 6 behind.
Yep, don't worry, Ryan. There was a wind at Mitcham yesterday. Low ball from Price in the Fritsch direction. Dropped it, picked it up on the bounce. Right foot snap towards goal. Beats everyone, but only for a behind. So all Coldstream to start this second term, Scotty. It's 3-4-22 Donvale, Coldstream 2-6-18, 4 minutes gone, second term.
Yeah, using the wind to their advantage. They're happy to bomb it, and they've probably got the pace that they can afford to do that.
Whittaker takes the mark, so they're starting to hit targets now. Donvale as Duncan leads up to the ball at half-back and takes the mark. He's looking at options, tries to go as long as he can, forgets there's a huge wind, and a big bloke called Lehman just puts the one arm up and rolls it into his chest for a mark on the wing, but he kicks it back to Duncan, who didn't have front position until the last second, and Price, bemused by it, is now standing the mark.
Well, hopefully he learns his lesson here, lowers the eyes, because that didn't
and that's
work.
what Colin spoke about, obviously, too, at the quarter-time huddle.
So he goes as long as he can. Haig is close to the line. It's drifting to out, but he marks it just before it goes out and under pressure from Lehman. Good hands by Haig because he got the fist coming in late. So Haig runs inside and now goes long. But, that's a good mark, and the legs were taken out, unfortunately, not deliberately by Giles, but his bump came in, and the nice aerial mark taken there by McInerney, and he fell on his back after he took the mark.
That was a great mark. Not only the intercept, but just the pressure, like you said there, Gav. Because once he's in the air, there's nothing he can do to defend himself. It's an epidemic down there. It's an epidemic of just poor disposals coming in defensive 50. We've got a boundary throw in. That's pandemic different. Wayne Brasher, score centre.
Montrose 6-1-37, leading one Turner South 3-1-19.
So the Devils with the first one of the second term out there at Tormore Reserve. Hay got the hit out down. Wignall tried to break the tackle, got his handball away just in time, and now Coldstream could be away. Little chipping ball out of defence is horrible though. That's a theme as Sam Goldsmith takes the mark. He goes onto the left boot. Long ball in the Duncan direction. It just holds up in the wind, and Lehman takes the mark, plays on immediately. So both sides just keen to go with no real plan. They come out wide, though, the Cougars to Edmonds. He's been impressive. Probably the best forward on the ground thus far. He'll go in the Fritsch direction. He's got a one-on-one with Mill. Mill does well, but Shield gets the crumbs. Hooks it back inside forward 50. This is dangerous because Carrigan's coming through. He'll get there first. Carrigan crumbs. Carrigan goals! Coldstream get their third and get back in front. 3-6-24, Donvale 3-4-22, 6 minutes gone, the second quarter, Ryan Long.
Well, once they kicked it over the top, you had two players running onto it, and Carrigan was the quickest to get there, and a good finish for him. And he's been strong. Him and Craig have had quite a bit of an influence for Coldstream, and they've put the pressure on. They've after Donvale probably controlled that second half of that first quarter, they've started really strong with these inside 50s.
Yeah, like we were saying, it was interesting to see how they were going to use the breeze. They've been pushing it forward very, very quickly. And look, I was surprised. I thought he was going to take a little bit more of a run down that pocket, but found a great option in centre there.
And another goal, I think that's 2 or 3 of the goals now for both sides, down the hill, running onto them rather than a lead up.
And Shield nearly putting it on his right, takes it out of bounds with the kick, but it was just in play, apparently. And now the Rucks go at it. What an enthralling battle of Lehman and Haig. Lehman now taking marks around the ground as a defensive option, and Haig trying to get on the end of those kicks to help his defence get out of trouble. And they battle manfully. Contest again. That centre clearance didn't go far forward for Coldstream. And the umpire's taking out of the centre pitch area the next ball up. Gives Lehman an opportunity to stand up, take it out of the contest, put the ball on the boot. Bouncing ball goes to Edmonds. He puts it in front of himself, grabs it, hand pass into the corridor. Open goal, run on by Deacon. That's good footy, Coldstream. And they get another goal quickly to add to the last one. They are now 4-6-30, leading Donvale 3-4-22.
How about the quarter from Lehman so far? And that's not the first time that's happened. He just wants to get it out of the clearance, and he's just going to bang it long every time. He doesn't care where it goes, as long as it goes forward, and put Donvale's forward backline under pressure, and that's happened quite a few times.
It's almost like both sides want the ball to hit the deck going inside 450. Both forward lines are staying really deep. Let it bounce. Let there be a bit of chaos on it, because it's all Smalls kicking goals. Conti's had 4 shots and a couple of others he should have scored from, and now Deacon and Carrigan kicking the other goals.
And who was on that Deacon as well? He just ran in an open paddock for that goal. So it looks like he's got Sam Goldsmith on him. So he'll have to stick it probably a little bit tighter for the next contest.
It's almost like, as much as I'm enjoying this sort of free-flowing action, it's almost like whichever team can figure out the best defensive system's probably going to canter away with it, because both defences look out of sorts when there's quick ball movement. When it's that sort of methodical, slow stuff up in the air, both teams have taken intercept marks. But here come Coldstream again, working it out of the middle. Little handball ends up towards Shield. And then Deacon slapped it out to the runner. Over the top there, Felstead will work out Shield. Now Renkamar hooks it back in. Well done, though, by Jake McCormick, whose accidental smother takes over line for a boundary throw-in. As we go over to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, Churnside Park 6-1-37, leading Kilsyth 4-3-27.
So some really good games around the traps today, Brash.
They certainly are, and they're tight.
So Rouser got the crumb from Haig's hit out. And now Conti, once again, he's been everywhere. Handball's intercept by Rouser, who just whacks on the boot. He's gone to Torp. Up high in the air, numbers will fly from everywhere. Duncan did well. Windcrest out the back. He's got Murphy coming up at him. Handball's over to Lyle. Fumbles. He's got a teammate over the top. He won't use him. He should have.
Oh, no.
They've butchered this, the Vales. They'll get one behind in the end. I think Murphy let up, Scotty, because he wanted Rehnquist to run and kick over the top of him. But it's one behind. Donvale 3-5-23. Coldstream 4-6-30. We've gone 9 minutes. We go back to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Montrose 7-1-43, leading one Turner South 3-2-20.
So important scores there from that game. The winner will go in and play Mooroolbark, who after their first 13 games of wins are now in a do-or-die semi-final next week as Coldstream go long up the line. And there's a mark taken, this time by Liardi. Wants to go into the corridor. He's going to have to, and he does. Little short ball to Jake McCormick, the Ollie Wines look-alike. Defensive side of the square. Goes inboard again. Sinisic, the bright orange boots. Little chipping ball to another bright booted man in Rehnquist. He's a yellow. This has been better from Donvale. Keeping it low. Out wide now for Duncan. It won't get there, but it will end up in the hands of Jordovic. He's got Murphy in the pocket. That's where he heads. One-on-one with Liam Koga. Murphy, free kick.
Yep.
Chopping the arms, going the way of the Donvale skipper. And he'll go back 30 metres out on a pretty tight angle, but a good side for a left footer, Ryan.
Yeah, it is. And look, they probably had the the numbers back down there, Coldstream. So it's a disappointing to give away the free kick and give Donvale a chance at a goal here, because they're probably pretty well set up.
Very lucky there to have it. They did really well. I thought that working sort of through
that was the best piece of play either team's done.
It was just probably going in forward. I think Donvale just need to find a few other options, presenting at least.
Now the wind. Where does Nick Murphy start this? Maybe just goes dead at the middle and just see what happens. He's already kicked one today. Comes in 35 metres out, kept it low. It's hooked it to the right. So Donvale having a couple of opportunities here. 3-6-24, Coldstream 4-6-30. 11 minutes gone, second quarter. Gavin, both quarters similar sort of vibe. Coldstream early dominance, Donvale coming back into it.
Yeah, and it looks like after the players are still educating themselves on the conditions. They've got to embrace them, because it makes a big difference in the next contest, whether the ball is short or on top of people's heads. And now Rouser might take the mark out of the kick out, so Donvale, through Rouser's effort, falls to his teammates' hands in Kapakul-Larkus, and now Rouser have got involved again. Tackler was Zalek, because he didn't get the hand pass going to him directly, and it's going to be a ball up 40 metres out from Donvale's goal. So they did well. Rouser was just in good position there just to hold up Coldstream there. Hay comes late to tap it and has gone back to Rouser, who likes back and play, the pack play, gets some open space, but this time he couldn't push off his tackler, and he's been held up 60 metres from his own goal. So
been a very, very good player for a very, very long time, James Rouser.
Smart, because he uses his energy smartly too, because just as he looks exhausted from all the contact, he runs away from a contest very quickly as well.
Intelligent player.
So the ball is at ground level, picked up, not quite by Zalek, but he's got some help, and it's Goldsmith who kicks it into centre forward. If this goes anyway, but Donvale's, they might be in a bit of trouble on the counter, but it's nicely wrapped up and players do get to the contest. But those one-on-one contests in the corridor, they could be dangerous when.
Well, you were right there, Gav. Whoever won that contest, if someone won that contest cleanly, it was going to be a shot at goal, because it was so open.
Now again getting involved, Donvale, can they get forward through Jordovic? He now gets his second touch inside second there, and he's kicked, not marked, but it's been spilled by the Coldstream defence. And in Coldstream trying to get out of the area, they've coughed it up through a throw apparently. And it's going, and who gets the lucky free kick for
Giles,
Donvale?
I think. Is it Giles?
It is Giles.
Yes.
We're going to go to Wayne Brasher quickly in the score centre.
Churnside Park 7-3-45, Kilsyth 5-3-33, Montrose 7-1-43, Wanturna South 4-2-26.
Harrison Giles has kicked a goal in the first term. If he adds his second, it'll be a tied ball game here at Jubilee Park, and we've got it all tied up. 13 minutes, second term, elimination final. What a great game so far. Donvale 4-6, so are Coldstream.
He deserved that goal, because he was actually on the open side, and they just didn't sort of see him. So I'm glad he got the shot at it, because he presented well. Just lucky to get the free kick.
And Matt, you talk about those small forwards. They don't have to have a lot of the ball, but when they do get it, they make the most of it, and he has so far with the 2 goals.
And he's kicked 2 straight, and I know Jeremy Conti's been one of the best players on the ground, but he's kicked 1 goal 3. Or actually, 1 goal 3.
Look, give him 2
I know
rushed.
a couple were rushed, but all I'm saying is he hasn't converted. Giles has only really had 2 to 3 touches. He's kicked 2 goals straight. But just watching teams, also, you're not going to get away with those little cheeky throws today, because Morris has been red hot on it.
Or a push on.
Well, exactly. So in the middle of the ground we go. Lehman won that ruck duel pretty comfortably against Darcy Smith, who's the backup ruckman for Donvale. And now we'll have a ball up at probably centre-half forward area for Coldstream. As you can see, plenty of space behind the pack. So there's just, if a tumble punt goes in here, it's pretty chaotic for the defence. Surprised Donvale haven't got someone just 20 metres off the pack, but it doesn't matter, because they'll just get this clearance through Liardi. Goes up to that man Giles, getting involved, handball off. Here come the Vales, Murphy's the target. It'll get out the back towards Haig, one hand.
Oh, nicely done.
Everyone went,
Lee Warren could do nothing about it. He got rid of him with left hand and took the mark with the right hand.
And that was probably their best play there. The handball from Giles to the runner coming past, and the kick was in front of Hagan, let him run onto it on the boundary side to take that mark.
Yeah,
so
just
Zach
that
now.
space.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Scotty. He's been
sorry,
thrown forward and rested. They do this often, Donvale. Zach Haig, he kicks a lot of goals for a ruckman. He's an agricultural shot at goal, but he's usually pretty good. So Haig, 45-degree angle, 25 metres out. The wind is swirling, comes in, kick on the way is beautiful. Donvale get their fifth, 5-6-36. Coldstream 4-6-30. We've gone 15 minutes here in the second quarter.
We're talking about accuracy, and that's what wins your matches. That shot at goal, brilliant sort of style from the ruckman there.
He looked like a bear with his paw out, but the deftness of letting the ball just land in his hand was fantastic.
We were all in awe, as you heard. We were all in awe. You know, such a great take from a big man, from the bear. He might be his nickname. But yeah, great sort of seeing from Donvale. They've obviously changed that, like I said, lowering the eyes, looking for those options and having that space.
Lehman goes against, but this time it's not Haig. So Smith goes the running jump at him, but he eventually just falls down before the ball is even ball up, so to speak. And it's now all that chaos in the ruck contest means we'll have another ball up, as Lehman, I think, was a bit disjointed in his run up because he's got Smith just sort of scrowling around him and just taking a running jump into the space. He does win the tap out, but Coldstream get the clearance out of that stoppage. Bouncing ball. It's beautifully picked up and running now is Goldsmith. He's allowed to play on when he was held before he grabbed it, but he grabbed it and ran on, and his spearing ball has been intercepted by Coldstream. And what's it? Is it for language?
Moved off the mark.
Moved off the mark.
Stand, Gav. You got to stand.
Yeah, well, it's hard.
He didn't stand. He wiggled.
So it's paraded forward a little bit. Only is McInerney's kick goes nearly all the journey because off hands now would be a minor score. But maybe from 60, you've got to realise your kick might score if you go
well, you've got to re-weight it. He's really kicked that with purpose at Fritsch, but really could have just floated it up. But it was 1-on-3 anyway. Probably the wrong option as we go into Wade and Brasher in the score centre.
Well, Montrose 7-1, 43, One Turner South 5-2, 32.
Any comeback on the cards there.
So Jordan Vick took the kick-out mark and he stood for about 5 seconds looking at his options. Everyone's having a breather, I reckon, even the umpires, as Duncan nearly marks it. Strong in the contest. Only him and Rouser in the area, outnumbered. But Rouser got dumped. And, it was harsh. And now the players are coming in.
It's a very sensual position that they're in, isn't it?
Out of instinct, they're coming. Rouser probably doesn't need many people to defend him. But he takes the help from his teammates, and him and his opponent there in Edmonds are getting to know each other a little bit more now. As the kick went sideways, Holland shared it to his teammate in Goldsmith. He's got a nice short on, and that's hit the target. That's beautifully weighted pass. Goldsmith's got a bit of nice touch in his possessions. He's looking to be another outlet pass. The short pass finds Liardi. Liardi goes down the corridor, dangerous because it's been chopped off and marked by Verstegen. So Verstegen doesn't have any running options yet. Coldstream, long ball from half back. They've kick was been chopped off, and it was hoping for Andrada, and he's been defeated in the contest, and it's Holland who takes the pass. He's at half back, and Donvale just trying to take a bit of energy out of it, knowing that they're not kicking with the wind. But Coldstream look like they've chased hard for the last 5 minutes as well, and they don't have the energy to close.
Both sides are happy for it to just lull, aren't they, Gav?
Yeah, it's a slower game now. It's suiting both, but one turnover could cost you
absolutely
at any point. Now it's still in hand. Is that Kent?
Well, it's the number
39.
There might be a jumper change that Jono might have to inspect here. So the Vales have got it to right half forward. Ethan Duncan swings onto the right boot, down the line looking for Murphy. Well done by Liam Koga. You can see when the ball slows down, it's a lot easier to defend, Ron.
But they've done really well then because they were able to gain a lot of ground there without turning the ball over and just be able to set themselves up here for a forward 50 entry.
And Donvale looks like having a bit of run off. Donvale a bit of run off the back there as well. Goldsmith was sort of pushing through the centre, and as we can see, sort of pushing up the ground as well.
Zalak was involved there in the contest. It's a disputed ball at half forward between Donvale and Coldstream, and a free kick to Coldstream Nice. When you get first possession, the umpire coming in to protect. Hand pass off to Craig.
Oh, okay.
He's a runner who has come into a brick wall, but he's good enough to bounce off it. Then gets the kick into the corridor. It could fall the way of Coldstream. Long ball, one-on-one. Full back, full forward. Edmonds underneath it. He'll get his own ground ball. He's got some options. He's looking around for them. Hand pass now falls the way. So Coldstream through Carrigan. He's got some open players, and that was well done. All set up by Edmonds, having composure just to hold on to the ball. And it finishes now with Conti, who is, well,
he's been the most dynamic forward on the ground. This has let him down.
The accuracy. We'll see what happens.
He's kicked 1-2 officially, maybe conceding 2 rush behinds.
Okay.
Not his own fault.
But he is someone Donvale need to put work into because he's giving them headaches because he started it in the middle with the little tap.
So this time, Coldstream looking to get their 5th on the board, and it's a miss. And it's a disappointing miss. So Coldstream 4-8-32, trail Donvale 5-6-36. Coldstream kicking to the Aqua Nation area with the win. At the 21-minute mark, they trail by 4 points in the second term.
We'll go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre, Ryan, sorry.
Chirnside Park open up a 21-point lead. Chirnside Park 8-6-54, leading Kilsyth 5-3-33.
It was just a bit of class there for Carrigan just to be able to spot the open man and be able to hit him up on target. And that's what they haven't been able to quite do this.
And weighted the kick too.
Yeah.
He didn't kick the laces off it. So that's a horrible kick in from Donvale. But again, that's been a theme of the day. Mahali Zalak has company, but he does well to lock it in. John O'Ven's been over to the Donvale bench. Who is wearing number 39 for us, mate?
There's been a late change, guys. I missed the guy who came out with the number 39. Is Guy Lamond.
Guy Lamond out there. Well done to Guy. He's had a couple of touches. Obviously not enough for us to notice until halfway through the second quarter. Out of the ruck contest, Smith wobbles it towards goal. Across the face. Coldstream 4-9-33. So that was Edmonds, apologies. 4-9-33. Donvale 5-6-36. So Matt Spider-Lee all week has been pumping up a draw. And this might be the one as we go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Montrose 7-2-44, leading One Turner South 6-3-39.
Well, that can be the draw there. Yeah. A lot of draws all around in this Elimination Sunday. Every side that loses today will pack it up for the year. So the kick came in there from Cameron, and he hit McCormick. It was a dangerous kick too, and he wants Jordovec in the goal square, but then remembered their woes and goes out wide for Rouser, the skipper, on a long lead, and he takes the mark in front of Andretta. Right half back. This is the next one. Look how well Coldstream have just clogged up down the line. There's nowhere for Rouser to go except bite off a 50-50 ball or just pump it down the line, and that's what he does in the direction of his teammate. But nonetheless, they've done well. Little handball forward might work out for the runner in Giles. They try to hack it off the ground. Liardi got it back inboard. Darcy Smith was there. The free kick will go to Coldstream for incorrect disposal. And we'll come back to Verstegen. He'll chip it. Just the 15 to Lachlan Craig, who started the game hot. And then he goes in the Conti direction. It's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw in over there.
One thing that'll be pleasing for Donvale is Fritsch has had really no input. Last time they met, he kicked 6 goals. He's scoreless.
Last week, even, Scott.
Well, yes. So, yeah, they've obviously learnt from that and doing a really good job on him.
But I wouldn't say Coldstream have really looked for him either as much.
No.
Could you push him up the ground, maybe, get him involved?
They're mindful of it, obviously, but yeah, I think he's a great option. So they probably need to look for him going into the next half.
Zach Haig took it out of the ruck and blasted it forward, but Daniel Price was there, gave a handball to Lee Warren, who pokes it out wide for McInerney. In the end, everyone ran past it, and Zalak will go back, gave it to Haig, handballed blindly over the top for Rouser. Price came through, got rid of the footy, and then dived in at the legs of Haig, got the footy. Cam Shield comes away with it. Outside of the boot, inside forward 50. Fritsch one-on-one with Mill. Mill did well. Charlie Kent roves, slams it on the boot blindly, and he's turned it over. And the man who's taken the mark has been told, I think it's Jai Deacon, he's being told to go back and have a shot. It's not Deacon, it's Kane Aisley, who we pronounced his name incorrectly, and we gave it about 4 or different 5 combinations when we were out there for the Waverley Coldstream game. So Kane Aisley spoke to us before the game.
Never admit mistakes.
Yes, exactly. I'm not admitting my own, you'll notice, Gav. I'm admitting someone else's. So, Boof, as he's known by his teammates, comes in from outside the arc, sets sail for home. It won't quite get there. Flyers will come from everywhere. It's knocked over the line for boundary throw. I thought big Jesse Lehman might stick out a right juke. or a right boot to get it over the line. But another behind. Coldstream 4:10:34. Donvale 5:6:36. We've gone 25 minutes. And as I talk, Donvale again just rushing the kick out. It might work out here though. Cameron's got the toe to get away from Lehman, who wanted a running too far free kick. And then this kick to Zalak is a good one in the end. He handballs immediately to McCormick. They've got players out. Beautiful ball to Giles. He's got a runner in Kabukalakis. Ignores him. Goes in the Duncan direction. Over his head. Had a free man inside 50. And then Coldstream immediately play on, Gav. Nobody wants to take the time off the clock, and it's out to centre wing.
And it might be a good decision now that it's in Craig's hand on the wing. He's got a runner, and they'll use it. So the Cougars running it out of defence. Now it's into the hands of Deacon. Deacon slows down for a millisecond. Got Carrigan in board. Thought about him. Now it goes longer. Underneath it's the big ruckman, and also 3-4 grabs at it. Edmonds couldn't get it at the end, and he has to go in and fight at ground level, but he juggled out. It hasn't got out, and it's in the hands for the goal of the day from Shield. He got a guard of honour, in effect. He's plucked it out from underneath a lot of legs, and no one saw him escape, and from the pocket he's curled it around for a goal.
I think that everyone else on the ground thought the whistle was going to be blown for a ball up, and Cam Shield kept going. He played to the whistle and got that goal. Wayne Brasher, score centre.
One Turner South, 7-4-46. Now take the lead over Montrose, 7-2-44. Churnside Park, 27 points up now in front of Kilsyth, 9-6-60. Kilsyth 5-3-33.
Scott?
Just that determination. They wanted to keep it moving. It started from the back all the way down to the wing into the forward line and goal.
But
what a goal.
Also, Donvale, Giles, I've been pumping him up today. He made the wrong choice. He had Kapukalakis in the clear.
Oh, yeah.
In the clear, and he went to a one-on-one. I know one-on-ones are usually good, but one-on-zeros are better. So we're back in the centre. McCormick, handball to the runner. Wignall, little chipping ball is a good one to Giles. Handball off to Jordovic, runs to 40, has a shot at goal. Immediate reply, hit the post. The young fella.
Good effort though.
Famous name at Donvale. Beautiful play. The game's really opening up.
It was a good response from Giles there. Right, that was the right choice that time.
Correct, that was the right option.
5-7-37 Donvale, Coldstream 5-10-40, 27 minutes gone. 4 brilliant games around the grounds.
So is there a bit of left to right as well?
I think it's just going that way. But that one, looked like it came back the other way. It is. I think it's just swirling as Verstegen takes his full measure, goes long down the line. Duncan slammed it on the boot. Didn't go far enough, but Price will try to claim the mark. Wheels back onto his right boot. Hooks it towards the half-forward flank. Edmonds with Cant. Edmonds kept his feet. Carrigan should get there first and does. He'll want his left boot. Can he be tackled? He is by Lyle. Lyle took his jumper off him and got away with the footy. Handball over the top to Holland. Carrigan's got no shirt on.
Come on, Ump.
Darcy Carrigan running around shirtless, Gavin.
Well, I think the umpire needs to take... They couldn't hear his whistle. So there was no advantage on playing that on.
I thought you were just saying free kick. You can't take a man's jumper off him.
But he took the jumper off. Then someone held Ben Lyle and he didn't get the free kick.
So Charlie Kent came through the traffic. Might have been incorrect disposal. Then Edmonds is wrapped up by McCormick. This one's gone up a notch. Because 27 and a half minutes gone.
Holding the ball, the umpire called it, but everyone played on.
It's a good point. It does look like the game and the crowd have lifted with this one. Closing in on half-time. It's Coldstream by 3 points. Literally 3 behinds. And there is the half-time siren. Donvale 5-7-37. They've got goal kickers, 2 to Harrison Giles, 1 to Ethan Duncan, Nick Murphy and Zach Haig. Coldstream 5-10-40. They have goal kickers in Jai Deacon, Darcy Carrigan, Cam Shield, Jeremy Conti and Mitchell Edmonds. We're going to go to a break here. When we come back, we'll have scores from around the grounds and we'll have the halftime show hosted by Wayne Brasher.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here in the big Elimination Division 3 clash here between Donvale and Coldstream. And the scores are at the moment Coldstream lead by 3 points, 5-10-40, leading Donvale 5-7-37. Going to the scoreboard, we've got some interesting results here at half-time. We've got Wanturna South 9-4-58, leading Montrose 7-2-44. In second division, we've got the Basin 5-3-33, leading Baronia 4-6-30. And in fourth division, Chirnside Park 9-6-60, leading Kilsyth 6-3-39. But Jono Venn and Scott Hardy joining me for the half-time show. It's a game here, gentlemen, where both sides have had their chances to take the game by the scruff of the neck but can't.
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Yeah, what a game. We were expecting a tight contest, and we've got that. Obviously, the wind's playing a slight part in this game. We spoke about, I wanted Donvale sort of to lower the eyes, and Kevin Collins spoke about that at quarter time. So be interesting to see what happens on the second half. But yeah, look, there's very much an option there for one side to run away with it, but both are staying in with some decent defensive pressure.
Jono, do you think that the disposal by both sides could really be improved in the second half?
Oh, I think so. I mean, disposals and skill, errors, and also being effective is crucial to, to what happens at the end with the goal scoring, which, unfortunately, like the disposals and the ball movement needs a bit of work, Brash.
I think too. In Donvale, I was really impressed with the way Zach Haig played that first half. I just thought that he's looming large in this second half, because he seems to have a lot of his mobility around the ground. I think is really worrying. Chad Rogers, and I think he's finding it hard to find a matchup for him.
Yeah, he's definitely had a decent amount of the footy, and another one that's also sort of working well up forward is Harrison Giles. I thought he's been decent in sort of, when you're sort of comparing him and Conti. We've sort of spoken about those two matchups on both ends of the field. He's been very good.
Just going back to Zach Haig for a moment, I think that mark that he took with one hand, he's had the ball on a string throughout the first half in stages, and I reckon that might be a spark or a catalyst that will get the home side going in this second half. I think they'll draw on and go, you know what? if that bloke can do that, you blokes can rise to the occasion and live with him.
It's interesting because I look at Donvale and the way they've moved the ball into their forward 50. In fact, I reckon they've actually given up 3 goals through poor disposal, and the fact that I don't know what it was. I think they thought that they were in a better position to kick the goal, but I think they completely overplayed it.
Yeah, it was just that we've spoken about that and sort of seeing it from up here. Obviously, they had better options available, and they just need to take that extra second to look for it rather than sort of bombing it either on the forward's head or having a shot at goal. There's been a number of them where they've been lucky to either get a free kick out of it and score a goal, or else sort of get the goal when they've had that option. But yeah, going forward, I think they just need to lower the eyes really, and they'll be in the contest.
I think one of the hardest things on a big ground is your centre half forward. On a big ground, sometimes your centre half forward can get lost. And I almost feel that on a ground like Jubilee Park and some of the bigger grounds, you're actually better off playing your centre half forward between the true centre half forward and the full forward. Because I just think the way the ball carries, and you have a look at the distance between the circles, a quick clearance is going to certainly take the centre half forward out of play. So it's really up to the coaches or the player himself to actually try and work out the right positionings that's going to be most beneficial for the side. Yeah,
I agree. And we were speaking about Darcy Fritsch. He's been very quiet for Coldstream. I would like to see him sort of move up to that sort of half forward mark, even towards a mid, just to get that mark. He's obviously a very good mark, very good kick. But yeah, just a different option and something to mix it up.
What's it like down on the ground? How's the heat on the intensity on the ground? How can you judge that, Jono?
I certainly can. I mean, and the crowd is also a big factor in that. There's a massive congregation along the fence, to the point of the temporary fence just to the left down there. But when the contest is brought down to ground level on broadcast side, it heats up a little bit more. There was that little stoush just right in front of us between those two blokes, and that really lifted the tempo and the heat, as you say, Brash.
And what's the wind like? Because sitting up here, you get this gust sort of coming through this tunnel. But is it as much as sort of what we're speaking of?
I mean, like any game of footy, the wind will vary in at different stages. And Coldstream have taken advantage of those heavy wind moments. It becomes a 3 or 4 goal breeze in that moment. But I'm no meteorologist, but I would describe the wind, it's sort of
fluky,
coming on the 45 towards the right-hand goalpost on the Aquanation end. So yeah, that definitely plays into. I mean, somewhat it plays into the team going on the left side's hands if they can make use of it, though.
Scotty, two players that have probably had very quiet first halves that probably Donvale would like to see get their hands on the ball more in the second half is James Rouser and Ethan Duncan. They haven't influenced the contest yet.
Yeah, Rouser, I think he was one we were sort of keeping an eye on, and has been quite a bit. The hard thing is you obviously don't have the sort of Prem data stats to sort of see how they're tracking along. But yeah, there's a number of them that need to lift, and they need to look forward to those leaders for this second half.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the umpires are now back up on the field, and we're going to take a break, and then after that, the call team will come back in and call the big last half between Donvale and Coldstream, and we'll be back right after these messages.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe
Celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, ladies and gentlemen, for this Division 3 elimination final, first semi-final, whatever you'd like to call it. Basically, the loser goes home. Winner will carry on and take on Warrandyte next Saturday. At the moment, it's Coldstream 5-10-40, Donvale 5-7-37 in a pretty chaotic game of football, Ryan Long. I think it's fair to say neither side has, well, they've defended well, but they haven't exited 50 well.
No, they haven't. I think the amount of times Donvale have come out of that back 50 on those kickouts, probably 7 or 8 of those have been turnovers or they've been really fumbly kicks. So, I think both sides are going to have momentum swings during this second half. It's going to be who's able to capitalise the most when they've got the ball and when they get pushing forward. You saw Coldstream, they had 5 or 6 first forward 50 entries, didn't really result in too much.
So we're back for the second half. What a great game it's been just by the energy levels. Haig is the second hand pass receive out of the ruck contest, gets it forward, pushing it forward is Kapakalakis, and he runs into a dead end eventually and wrapped up in a tackle.
That dropping the ball, Pete.
Was dropped a ball, so it's Smith who will take the free kick for Donvale. So it was an interesting one. Kapakalakis just kept in front of himself for 20 metres, got it to centre forward.
He won't get a possession for that, Gav, but he's gained, like you said, 30, 40 metres.
And it put the Coldstream defence under so much pressure that they got a bit blindsided by the tackle of Smith. Takes the ball out of possession and it's a free kick to him. He's within scoring range, 50 metres out, directly in front as he quicks to the Aquanation. Swimming, it's gonna just drop short and allows the defence on the goal line to tap it over. So unfortunately no penetration in the kick for Darcy Smith. It's a minor score. The gap is closed. Donvale only trailed by 2 points early in this third term.
Yeah, he sort of laid that up. He probably need to kick through the ball a little bit better for that end, which is a breeze sort of end.
Verstegen plays on immediately, brings it out wide to Bryce Hart. This is the best defensive 50 exit we've seen all day. He pokes it up the line. Shield, who had a really good second quarter and kicked Tobin Brothers' goal of the day, will be paid the mark. Defensive side of centre wing. Donvale really stopping any movement through the corridor, forces Shield to go down the line. Fritsch comes out at the footy. The wind holds it up, and then Craig will soccer it over the line for a boundary throw in. Dead centre wing. Coldstream leading by 2 points here, 5-8 to 5-10. And we'll have it thrown in front of us here at Jubilee Park. Beautiful day for football. Donvale's women's side obviously in the Premier B Grand Final, so their senior side would love to carry on and continue the club's momentum this final series. Coldstream fans wanted holding the ball. Umpire said nothing doing, and we'll have a ball up on centre wing. There's no spare behind the ball for Donvale. No, there is. Whittaker dropping back now in the hole as Lehman got the little clearing kick onto the chest of Renkamar. And he pokes it high in the air to centre forward. Mitch Edmonds might get there first. He won't. Ball bounced over the head of Charlie Kent and then deflected off his shin. Whittaker should get back first for the Vales. He does. He's under pressure by Carrigan. His kick around the body is well weighted and finds its way onto the chest of Benjamin Lyle. He plays on immediately. Kick into the middle is a good one. Centre half back, James Rouser. He's got the ruckman, Zach Haig, on the far side. He chooses in the end to go short to Jordavec. He's got a man wider still. Goldsmith ignores him and goes straight up the guts in the Haig direction. And once again, just got rid of his opponent in McInerney this time. And Zach Haig will go back and line up for his second, 35 metres out on a slight angle.
Just good body work there, Scott.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I hope Lee keeps up with the scores because the scoreboard has gone down a little bit. So just keep in mind, the Gremlins are playing part.
Well, but Zach Haig, that's twice now. He's sort of run forward from the ruck contest and got a mismatch, and he's just manhandled his opponent. And Haig will come in, 35 metres out, slight angle, kick off the boot, looks pretty good. He's a fine player, is Zach Haig. He's got his second. Donvale hit the front, 6:8:44. Coldstream 5:10:40. We have gone a minute and a half, no, 3.5 minutes, sorry, in this third quarter.
Yeah, we were speaking about that in the break. Brash raised the point of Zach Haig being an important part for Donvale sort of going forward. That action that he has in his kicking is amazing. He's as straight as.
A bit of a taller forward line as well there with Murphy up there, and you've still got Duncan down there. Not as tall, but they've got a few options in those one-on-one contests. Haig's now won a couple of those, so that's where you may back him in to win a couple of those and result in goals. It's going to go a long way.
Yeah, it gives them such depth to go from sort of ruck and then be that forward marking target.
Haig comes over the top, wins the tap out. Rouser just takes the ball from his opponent and he gets it back to Haig, who dumps a kick towards the forward line, but it's a good defensive mark. This time taken by, just trying to check who's that. Is that? Oh, it's Warren. Warren did well in defence, but his kick was a hook, and he can't be penalised for a bad kick when it goes straight out of bounds because he didn't mean that whatsoever. No. And it's now half forward for Donvale, half back for Coldstream, outer side. The scoreboard here is gone dead at the bottom half, so it only shows Donvale's score, but it's not a one-sided contest. It's actually Donvale 6-8-44 leading Coldstream 5-10-40.
And it's slowly eating away Donvale's score too. So by the end, it'll just be it'll just be a blank screen. Could be a bit of Tetris too. Slowly building the blocks up as we go. Thrown in, far side. Donvale early dominance this quarter. Wignall inside forward 50. Duncan flies.
Oh.
He's down, Ethan Duncan. No movement yet. Ball continues on in the forward pocket. This is brilliant work there by Nick Murphy, I think it was. No, it wasn't Murphy. Apologies. Duncan, he's rolled onto his back now. He's
couldn't quite see if his head hit the ground there. He's still down. The umpires have called a stoppage for Ethan Duncan. Morris is trying to tell him to move. The poor bloke's only just gained consciousness. He's standing up. He'd have to come off the ground. He doesn't look in a good way, Ethan Duncan. He's heading back to the goal square. The trainers need to get him off the ground. He has to go through the concussion protocol, surely. I say this, but
he's still walking.
Ethan Duncan. And Morris said, let's ball it in. So away we go. Forward pocket for the Vales. Lehman won the hit out ahead of Smith. Ball's knocked towards the boundary line. We'll go over again. Liardi, the closest player to it. Ethan Duncan watch. There's about 4 trainers trying to get to him now, the run-up. He's waving them away. And Sam Figgs sort of asking if he could be taken off because I'd rather play on someone else. As it's thrown in, Smith front spot, got the hit out down. Coming through his Price, got his handball back to Lachlan Craig. He slaps it on the boot towards the scoreboard. It holds up in the wind. 2-on-1 in the Donvale favour, and they sport over the line for a boundary throw in. Scoreboard's back in action, Gab.
Yes.
6.5 minutes gone. Vales 44, Cougars 40. elimination final, Div 3.
Can I be self-indulgent to say the Bulldogs won by enough margin to rely now on Collingwood to defeat Carlton to make the finals in the
there
AFL?
You go. How often have you relied on Collingwood in your life?
Well, look, my dad and my oldest brother, I resisted barring for Collingwood, but
So,
that's outside of our realm.
So Alex Hamble went to Le Monde, and then his handball was intercepted. Craig sort of slid in to create a fumble, and we'll have a ball up right in front of that functioning scoreboard. 7 minutes gone in this third quarter. 4 points the difference. Donvale in front as we go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, Churnside Park 10-6-66 leading Kilsyth 6-4-40.
So still a chance for the Cougars, but Churnside looking comfortable enough to go through to that prelim final against Surrey Park. As Capricolakis comes through, and he's tackled, and we'll have another ball up. Just this game's just sort of a bit more tense now, isn't it, Ryan and Scott? Looks like both sides have started to figure things out at half-time. The coaches, as Haig is closing in on best on ground status lately, got the clearance, but it was intercepted. The Cougars might get a chance if they can pick the ball up cleanly. Conti overran the footy. Craig was shoved as he went to pick it up, and we'll have another ball up. We haven't moved much. Still, the score's locked at 44-40. 7.5 minutes gone, third quarter.
Well, Coldstream probably haven't really fired a shot yet. They haven't got the ball inside 50, so they're holding on. And defensively, they've held up all right for the first 7 minutes. Only the one goal given away.
So Craig runs onto it. He puts it on the boot and just barrels it forward, bouncing ball. Fritz gets onto it. He gets a short kick to Craig. Hands over to Carrigan. So from 40, from the boundary line, looks in, board. Smart play. Edmonds is underneath it. Has to wait. Punch comes in. French was there, but he allows it to go through his grasp. Kick off the ground doesn't work for the Cougars. Who's there to pick it up off the deck? Quick kick, missed. The Cougars fans went up, but it was a quick kick off the deck. Was that Fritsch? And he got in the play eventually and missed the right side minor score. As we go scores around the EFL finals.
Wantirna South 9-4-58 leading Montrose 7-4-46.
So very, very tight game out there at Tormore. A lot of feeling in it reportedly at half-time as well, as the ball's brought out wide to David Holland, who goes with a nice ball inboard to Caleb Jordovic, who's been very impressive, following on from his best on ground performance last week. So right half back, he's got Holland out wide if he wants him, didn't look. And then just pokes it down the line to a 2-on-1. Goldsmith's got work to do. He's nudged under it by Bryce Hart. It was pretty...
Ooh,
fencing?
No, he held him up. He just sort of slipped on the concrete.
Oh, that's all right.
Rouser down there.
Hope he's...
So the ball's going back to Goldsmith. That was pretty dumb play by Hart, wasn't it? Because they had the 2-on-1. He didn't need to block Goldsmith out of it. Nonetheless, Goldsmith goes short from the free kick to Wignall. And then Wignall poke it in the Murphy direction. It's 3-on-1. Coldstream favour. The mark was dropped in the end by Smith. Koga got the handball away. It ends up in the hands of McInerney. Falstead under pressure. Rouser in the pocket. Pokes it towards goal. Wrong side. The wind was always taking it to the right. So 6-9-45. Donvale, Coldstream 5-11-41. Almost 10 minutes gone in this third quarter. Donvale got the ascendancy at the moment, Ryan.
They do, but they need to get it on the scoreboard. They need to kick this second one while they've had all this momentum, because otherwise they've pretty much just wasted it. But they've got a chance here.
Dangerous kick out. Carrigan had to wait. Now the ball's taken out of his grasp. In the pocket. Good kick option. Into the goal square. Misses the target because if Murphy had it in his sight, it just went through the minor score as the kick from the pocket just had to get it to him near the goal line.
Well, was it a shot at goal or was it a pass?
I thought he was passing it, actually.
I don't know. Like, if I'm Murphy, like I said, I'd be angry with the options that have been given to him. He's trying hard, but getting nothing.
Haig versus Smith. Smith forward for Coldstream. He did well because he brought it to ground where Haig was trying to contest it. And now it's a ball up 60 metres away from Donvale's goal. Haig so intelligent, and it was good by Smith just to get his body in front. He'll do the ruck now. Going up against Haig, who just rides him, and because he got on the top of Smith, Smith got underneath him. I don't know if it was deliberate, but the umpire's telling him off big time.
You can't do that. So if someone jumps and you use your body like that, it's a ruck free kick straight away.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Haig went horizontal and he fell down.
What he's got to do, the opposing ruckman, is actually engage Haig before he jumps, because once he jumps, you've just got to let him jump.
Yep, fair call. So Haig from 65, I don't think he thinks he's a scoring chance, but let's see. On the right foot, he puts it as long as possible. Still 15 metres to go, and in the way was Daniel Price, who read it nicely off the boot. It bounces off his opponent and goes for a run.
And he's away, takes a bounce, runs to the defensive 50 and bombs it out wide for Edmonds, who did well against two Vales, read the flight of the ball. He's probably been their best key forward. Goes up the line in the Fritsch direction. He's got Mill for company. Ball went through his hands. Free kick, though, going back to Darcy Fritsch for a push. He doesn't know it's his free kick. Who else could it be, Darcy?
You're the only one out there.
Right in front of our man, Jaguar Beck. Jaguar Media. Get on board him, Instagram. Beautiful, immersive videos from Jaguar. So Fritsch down the line. Just sort of poked it in the direction of Edmonds, who read the flight of the footy beautifully. He's the only one who seems to have any sort of idea where the ball's going, and he's marked on the 45-degree angle, and he'll kick from outside the arc. I don't think he's having a shot. He's waiting for numbers to get back there. If he's got the journey here, he'll prove me wrong. He doesn't look awfully confident, does Mitch Edmonds.
Yeah,
just going to pop it up here into the pocket. Daniel Price has worked his way down there. Big fly from Haig, recovered from his knock earlier. Kent got the crumb, and he's wrapped up in the tackle. And we'll have a ball up right forward pocket for Coldstream. They trail by 5 points as we're into the 13th minute of this third term. Do or die final, Division 3. Winner plays Warrandyte. Loser will go home and have a good weekend.
Look at all the numbers that Coldstream have across the centre of the ground. Even if Donvale sort of get this out quickly, I'd say it's coming straight back in.
And we know Donvale have had troubles exiting the 50 as it is, Scotty. So with that set up behind the ball, it would be even more difficult. Haig won the hit out. Conti's around it. He'll put the ball in the boot. Right foot snap towards goal. The goalkeeper's down there. Mark taken by Mill. And Donvale will try to exit their defensive 50, Gab. Operative word is try.
Yeah, he didn't knock it over the bar, though. Took it on the chest. Now kicks long out of defence. And another mark taken by Donvale as they set up slowly this time and more deliberate. Short pass is good to Liardi. Centre half back now, looking at options. He's got some wide options broadcast side. And he'll eventually go that way to Haig. He hangs it up high. Shield will come in late underneath Haig. Creates a spoil. Bounces into the hands of Falstead. Falstead's got Shield again to help him. And there's another throw going the way of Donvale this time. So really, unless your fist gets in contact with the ball, you're going to be penalised by the umpires today.
How's the crowd going down there, Jono? You're next to a couple of Coldstream faithful. They enjoy that decision?
Not at all. Not at all, Matt Ferdier.
So Haig's short kick was very short. So the players are getting back for Coldstream. So Donvale just down the line. Long! Good launch by Duncan, and he actually had no one in the way in the end. And shepherding free kick.
Yeah. It's so Morris is saying the mark happened after the free kick, so Goldsmith's got it.
It's
against Smith.
It's very pedantic, but Goldsmith takes the kick and Rousers finds himself on an own because the ball dropped in the flight of the wind. The defender was going the other way and Rousers said, the ball's over here, I'll lead you to it and take the mark.
In the end, I don't think that's exactly how Goldsmith planned it, Ryan Scott, but it worked perfectly. He kicked it to the advantage of Rouser.
Yeah, it gave him the space to lead into. I don't know if he meant to do it, but it's worked out and that's all that matters.
Sometimes they say you kick it to where you want him to be. He had to be there in the end.
Yeah.
Again, it's a slight luck, is falling on their side. They had Duncan sort of running in the pocket, which probably was the better option, but here we are for a shot at goal.
Rouser from 45 shouldn't have a distance problem. It's all about accuracy. So he puts it on the right, long penetrating kick, distance never a worry, and accuracy not a concern either. Rouser gets his first after a couple of misses early today and puts Donvale's lead out to a handy 11 points, 7-10-52, Coldstream 5-11-41, 15 minutes gone, third term.
And he's one of those experienced players that they're going to need to step up to be able to kick those sort of goals and have an impact in this second half to get the side over the line, and it's exactly what he did then. It's an underrated skill, just being able to go back and kick your set shots, because we saw yesterday how many times, it's underrated just how important, goal kicking is.
Yeah, and you want to lead by example, and they might have a 6-6-6 there. No, he's allowed it.
So we're back in the middle. Smith went at it, and the Coldstream Smith will get a free kick as Lachlan Craig was bursting away. And in the end, that's impeded the advantage they had, but Sheldon whack it on the boot in the direction of Edmonds, who kept his feet on the ground. In the end, Charlie Kent took the mark. It was initially a spoil, and then it fell into his arms. Donvale, as Ryan said, they've taken advantage of that ascendancy now, but given the win, they'd like to be a further couple of goals in front as they swing it out wide to Cameron. Good kick out in front of Duncan, who's recovered from that knock, takes a mark. He's been really impressive today as a centre-half forward. He's almost run that out of bounds. Long ball down the line. Lamond did well, kept it in play. Sinisic is there. Lamond with the ruckman, Smith for company. Rouser comes up resting down forward and is collected in a team tackle by Coldstream. We'll have a ball up right in front of a party pocket for the Cougars, which I'm no doubt will go off its proverbial in the last quarter as we go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Montrose and Wanturna South, 9-4-58 apiece.
That draw, but by the sounds of it, Brash, there's a win going to one end. How many Montrose would have to be a few goals up, you'd suspect?
Yeah, probably need 4, Matt.
Yeah, we do know Tormore, the wind tunnel. East Burwood's a bit of a wind tunnel too, so Kilsyth will want to make sure they take advantage of that when they get the chance. Throw in, all ruckman missed it. McCormick tapped it over his head. Spinning in the tackle and doing well was the Coldstream midfielder, but coming through and getting the ball inside forward 50 at Donvale. It'll bounce into the hands of Nick Murphy. Already kicked one this way. Touch. Good smother. Has to be touched off the boot. It is. Yeah. Beautiful work.
He liked it too.
Ethan Duncan is like hands on his head, like he can't believe that decision, but I think everyone in the ground saw it was touched as we go back to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Churnside Park, 10-7-67. Coldstream, 7-6-48.
19 points there.
Score review, we can see from...
Well, we have got the umpires mic'd up if we need it later on. Score here, though, 7-11-53 Donvale. Coldstream, 5-11-41. 17.5 minutes gone, third quarter.
So again, Verstegen kicks it out. This time he goes as long as he can, clears the 50, but unfortunately he doesn't clear the Donvale markers. And this time it's Murphy taking the mark. His kick was not well directed, and standing in the way was Lehman. So Lehman's got some runners. He kicks it out wide. Verstegen's underneath it. He just doesn't take the mark, and what a tackle from the running defender who, by the time he got there, he's like, I'm just going to barrel you. And he did.
And what he did well, Gav, as well, not to give away the free kick, he rolled him. He made sure at no point he was in his back. Really good tackle there by Adam Cameron.
Crocodile roll.
Yeah, it was good. Normally you don't come up for air after those, but it's now in the hands of Liardi. He bombs it forward. Murphy's underneath it, trying to fight off his opponent.
Free kick.
And in that fight, the umpire's seen that he's been manhandled, and Murphy will stand up and kick a goal from 20 out.
He was all over him, right?
Yeah, and whether or not it's just because they've had the play this quarter, but Donvale's forward line now look a lot more threatening with Murphy. Haig when he's down there. Duncan has been good. They've all been Rouser. They look like they're the side that could open this game up.
So Murphy kicked 1-2 today. He's looking for his second and to extend the Vale's lead going into the last, where they have the wind to defend. But now with the wind at their back, they kick towards their score of 8-11-59, a leading Coldstream 5-11-41. It's an 18-point lead, 19 minutes third term. Scores around the EFNL finals.
Montrose 10-4-64 lead Wanturna South 9-4-58.
A good goal there by Murphy. Like I said, he's been presenting really well and deserved that goal. He probably should have a few more to his name. And yeah, a solid kick there.
Oh no, and down just below us, some poor kid's just spilled his lunchbox everywhere. I don't know if Lee Green can grab that. It's probably not that important as we go back in the middle of the ground.
Oh no, it's chips as well.
It is as well. That's disappointing. Hot chips as well. Back in the middle. Donvale just sort of, they've got the numbers around this footy. They should win it, but well done there by the Coldstream ruckman, Jesse Lehman. Made sure that they couldn't get any clear ball, and he'll go in another contest against Darcy Smith. He should win this, Lehman. And does. Tried to take it out of the ruck, just threw it away. Umpire said it was knocked out. And we'll have another ball up. I know people of my father's ilk could be disappointed with that decision. They like more throws being paid in football.
Well, if anything to go by, that was a throw.
Yeah, we've had a few today.
There's been a few that have
been a bit agricultural from the umpire. Goldsmith, he's tackled, he took him on, he dropped it. Umpire was blindsided. And we'll have another ball up. I've got the advantage of the binoculars. Blindsided or blind?
Take your choice.
Up we go again. Lehman and Smith. Darcy Smith does well. McCormack to Goldsmith. He's pinged that throw. That has to be a level up. Then Lehman's been decked. Luckily for Darcy Smith, Morris didn't say that because he loves a march. I think that was a dead set handball.
100% it was.
He mimed the action that that he needed to see.
Going down to John O'Van on the boundary.
Sorry, guys, do we know what the throw-o-meter is at the moment?
The throw-o-meter, I'm not sure what the reading is. So the free kick, Shield. Long ball inside forward 50. Conti's the target. He's tiny. He's brought it to ground, though. Crumb by Andretta. Kicked it into the face of the Donvale defender, Kent. And then we'll have another ball up. 25 metres out from their goal. Coldstream need to kick one here. It's 18 points. I know they've got the wind in the last, but Donvale have looked a bit more threatening.
A great forward effort by Conti there. His leap for the ball is extraordinary, and to bring it down, just at least to keep it in.
Tap one by Coldstream. There's so many numbers around this. It's not going to go anywhere. We'll have another ball up. The danger here is, though, that if there's too many stoppages, umpires just like pinging a Goes up, hit out down. Carrigan sharked it, tried to get some space, couldn't. Handball was picked up by Charlie Kent, and away go Donvale. Liardi takes a bounce. He's under pressure from Renkamar and just mungs one out to the centre wing. There's no one out there in Donvale colours, so if this goes out, it'll be deliberate. Verstegen gets there first, under pressure from Nick Murphy. Did well to step around him, went back inboard. Donvale pressure, could be a turnover. McInerney cleans up, gives it to his teammate in Hart. He goes out wide and he's got a man out there in Kalosh. Kalosh on the left boot and the long sleeves out in the Edmonds direction. Good mark. Yes. Hit him right on that right breast. It's Andretta, apologies. Pokes it inside 450. Here's Edmonds, big fly, brought it down to ground. Shield, couldn't grab the ball cleanly. Eventually does. Little ball around the corner. Mark should be taken and is by Felstead. And he'll go back 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to kick a steadier for the Cougars as we go to Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Churnside Park, 10-7-67. Kilsyth 7-9-51.
I was just going to quickly say, if they do score this goal, that's credit to Andretta. He wanted that ball and he ran from pretty much forward pocket into the half-forward flank.
It's a long lead, especially at Jubilee Park. That's a good 50-metre
it was a big lead.
So Mitch Edmonds. Oh, sorry, no, Mitchell Felstead. Coming in now, 45-degree angle, 30 metres out. So distance shouldn't be a worry. The wind might be. Trots in. Good-looking kick off the boot, but it was always skinny. 5-12-42, Coldstream. Donvale 8-11-59. 22 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter.
Long kick out. It's a wild one to Smith and waiting underneath it. Mark taken by Edmonds. And there was a...
What's going on here?
Actually,
trying to look for
the reason I'm not talking is we're all confused on how it's a WrestleMania move happening when we're trying to get
But surely that's either a reversal or a 25.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that marking contest post it, and Edmonds picks up himself and the ball, kicks it forward, but goes almost sideways, not deliberate. It's still in the hotly contested area. Jordovic tries to run out of trouble, hands it off. Now under a heap of pressure, run down tackle. Coldstream get the ball back at centre forward, and it's in the hands of Craig. Deacon. Deacon hands it over to Verstegen. He spears a ball, and it can't be marked there by Carrigan. Off the deck, can Coldstream find a way? Andretta picks it up, and he nearly does, and keep it in. But it's Donvale just want to see the line for a bit of respite and to redraw some breath.
So I assume Andretta's gone forward to replace Lockie Koga in that sort of third tall role.
It's an interesting fight for the contest. It's an 17-point lead for Donvale. And Haig gets the ball out of and gallops his way out of defence. And the only person to kick to is Murphy. Eventually gets it near the centre circle. He bounces it up to him eventually. His hand pass is a wild one, but Liardi runs on it. He's sprinting his way to goal, puts it to the goal square, and the wind does the rest. Liardi from 45 just puts it on the breeze, and it's a great goal. And that is direct football from Haig at the ruck in defence. Murphy, I don't know how it bounced in his hands. Route one, that's what I was trying to search for. And Liardi got a hand pass that came off his wrist, and then eventually Liardi runs it towards goal.
Well, Murphy had to be good then because Coldstream had their numbers back.
There was three, didn't they?
Yeah, 3 or 4 plays down there, so he had to control the ball and just be able to keep it in front of himself, and he did exactly that, Scott, and they made something out of probably nothing.
Yeah, and he's fighting for it, and good on him. He's had a really good third quarter. Like I said, he's been presenting and then looking for that other option.
Just gained metres, didn't he? That's downhill with the breeze. He kicked it about 100 metres, really, as we go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
One turner south of Donvale this quarter. Montrose 10-4-64. One turner south 9-4-58.
Yep, holding on against the breeze, we assume. Haig back in the middle, probably been best on ground now. And he's got the ball again. Zach Haig kicks the check side this time inside forward 50. He's trying all sorts of punts. This time would dribble towards the boundary line. Liardi does well, and eventually it is knocked over. Zach Haig, he's becoming an extra on baller. He's just too powerful for anyone on the ground. Like I said, that kick before, it was a horrible kick, really, technically. It wobbled in the air, but downhill with the breeze, it got all the way to Nick Murphy at centre forward.
There was go back to Wayne Brasher. Jumper, and Murphy got it.
Churnside Park 10-7-67. Kilsyth 9-9-63.
Well, hopefully for Kilsyth's sake, they're kicking against it, but you would suggest the way they've come back that they've got the breeze this quarter. But East Burwood, as we saw yesterday, can conjure anything that ground. And obviously we've seen some draws there as well. Some draws, some close ones. We've seen everything in that ground.
Yeah, so, one of the greatest grand finals ever.
Exactly. Still a point of controversy is it's thrown up. Haig, Lehman won it down. Lachlan Craig around it with McCormick. They bounced off each other, the Coldstream players, and McCormick wobbled one inside forward 50, but Daniel Price took the mark. He's been called to play on. Kapakalakis is active on the mark. He wobbles it towards Lehman. Rouser came across, got his handball inboard. Haig got the handball to McCormick. Liardi under pressure. And then Craig's kick off the side of the boot. He tried to get it to Andretta and missed him off the instep. Be out for a boundary throw-in. So scoreboard's gone again. 26 and a half minutes gone third quarter. It's Donvale by 23 points.
Can't give away one here. They really have to hold
one
themselves here.
One more and Donvale will be very confident because it's not like it's been impossible to score up the hill. Haig hits it down. Ringquest is around it. Missed the footy. McCormick gets it. Handball over the top. He's got a man there in Jordavec. He keeps it in. At the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Pops it to the hot spot. Duncan's got the sit. Got the mark. Ethan Duncan never looked like missing that. And he's going to go back from 25 metres out directly in front.
Coldstream are really sort of out on their feet. You can see a number of them sort of taking in deep breaths. Donvale really applying the pressure and playing some fast footy in these last few minutes of the third quarter.
Contrasting, last week, these two sides kicked, I think, it was 12-2 Coldstream to 12-9, Donvale. This week we've got, we've had 14 goals and 23 behind. So to extend the margin out to 29 points at three-quarter time, Ethan Duncan from 20 metres out, directly in front, comes in, missed.
A let off.
Missed. So could that be crucial in the scheme of things? It's three-quarter time here at Jubilee Park. Elimination final, Division 3. Donvale 9-12-66. Coldstream 5-12-42.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, Division 3 Elimination Final. It's Donvale 9-12-66. They had a really, really good quarter there. They kicked 4 goals to none. Coldstream 5-12-42. The goal kickers, 2 to Zach Haig, who had an outstanding third quarter, and then 2 to Nick Murphy and Harrison Giles. Singles to Ethan Duncan, who missed a shot on goal at three-quarter time that could have extended it out to 29 points. Matthew Liardi kicked a great goal, and James Rouser for Coldstream. It's still the same 5 from half-time. Mitch Edmonds, Jeremy Conti, Cameron Shield, Darcy Carrigan and Jai Deacon. Ryan Long, Scott Hardy, how do they overturn this Coldstream? They will have the wind, so I think they'll have that advantage, and obviously that they'll have that at their backs and give them confidence. But Donvale look to have steadied in terms of their ball use.
Well, they haven't. When Donvale have gone forward, their targets up forward have been a lot more threatening. Murphy's got involved. Haig has been incredible that quarter, and he was playing in the ruck for a bit, moved forward. He's been able to make the most of his opportunities. So they've got to do the same now. They've got to get Darcy Fritsch involved. Edmonds has been good, but needs to probably hit the scoreboard a bit more, Scotty. They need to use their key targets a bit more.
Yeah, we're going to go down to John O'Van on the boundary line. He's got Chad Rogers.
I do indeed. Chad, tough third quarter. How are you going to get the boys to respond in the final term?
It's just about belief. If they really believe, I reckon we can run over and kick these 5 or 6 goals we need.
You call on the mids to respond. What else do you need to do in terms of positions-wise? Who do you need to get involved for the last term?
We just really need everyone to play with that desire that they're not going to give up, play every contest till it's finished, and then just play with that grit.
You've got the wind in your favour for the last term. You reckon it's going to go all right? You reckon maybe 4 or 5 goals?
Give it a crack, mate. That's all you can do, and hopefully the boys respond.
Right, best of luck, Chad. Up to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, John O down there with Chad Rogers. Scott, back to your point.
Yeah, sorry, just saying, obviously half-time, a really good point for Donvale. They changed the way they were going forward, and it worked for them. Obviously, from now, you've got Coldstream only scored 5 goals. They need to score another 5 goals to get back in front. So it's probably a little bit of a challenge for them, that scoring. They just haven't found those options. Like you were saying, Ryan, Fritsch probably, he's the key point, isn't he? Him and Conti probably need to sort of step up and just find those options.
I have to say a special mention as well goes to the scoreboard guys. They've got the the manual scoreboard on the left-hand side. So good on them, a bit of tradition.
They've had to go old school now that the Tetris board's fallen apart.
The name Footy has been up there a few times.
I'm sure it has.
I didn't say it in a good way.
Symbols?
Well, I'm right down the bottom, 0. Wayne Brasher scores before we get into this last quarter.
Montrose 10-6-66. One Turner South 9-4-58. Baronia 7-8-50. Basin 7-7-49. Division 4. Churnside Park 10-7-67. Kilsyth 9-9-63. I
don't know if it was here where you got those 5 wickets in an over, was it?
No, Greenvale.
Yeah, anyway, we won't talk about Matt Fodia too long. As it goes forward for Coldstream, they need an early goal. Picked up by Edmonds from 30 metres out. He wanders into the corridor and he hooks it around. The hardest part was getting free, and he misses to the left. So missed opportunity for Coldstream early on within the first 30 seconds.
I'd love to have you commentate when I was playing, because if that's 30 metres, I used to kick him 67. Top of the goal square.
Well, we're trying to give him an out on how he could miss when he got himself into open air.
He had. Nick Murphy would have kicked it. So Donvale through Whittaker, go long. It's held up in the breeze. Goldsmith came across, brought it to ground. Kolish is around it. Coming through there. Might have been taken high as Mitch Edmonds. He is. I think he's clearly been Coldstream's best across the 4 quarters, the big fella. Will he go back and have a shot here? He's got the breeze at his back. Doesn't want to. Just going to poke it into the pocket to no one but Donvale players. In the end, the Vales can just walk it out through Rouser under pressure. He's got Rinquest there. Ball hot up. Duncan can't bring it down. It'll fall out the back. Zalak picked it up under pressure. Low ball down the line. Kapakalakis is under pressure from McInerney. They'll take the ball up. In the end, the handball to Sinisic. Handball over the top. Works its way to Giles. Murphy one-on-one with Koga. Kick is beautiful. One on by Koga. Murphy kept his feet. He could probably finish him here, Nick Murphy. Outside of the box.
He's scoring it.
That's Tobin Brothers goal today from Nick Murphy. He's got his third. That is brilliant. Donvale 10-12-72, Coldstream 5-13-43. We've gone 2 minutes here in the last quarter.
Unbelievable. As soon as he kicked it, he pointed. He knew that went in, and what a goal!
They've missed some sitters today, Ryan, and he's kicked that.
But basic skill, just to be able to keep your feet. That's what I got taught in footy. I
couldn't do it, but I got taught
always
it.
keep your feet. And Koga did well with the original contest, but once he went to ground, it gave Murphy the edge, and what a finish.
Just give it to the man. He can kick him. He can kick him. But
Scotty's been saying it all day. Could have kicked 12.
Should have. Big moment in that goal was Kapakulakis standing up in the tackle, actually, and getting a hand pass off. And that allowed Sidicic to create the overlap. And once that started, Haig was there to finish.
Yeah, great run, and that's what they've sort of continued on from that third quarter. Just that pace is really tested Coldstream.
Has that take the wind out of the sails for Coldstream? They've got it at their back, but do they have 6 goals in them for this term? It's getting harder by the second. And now the Lehman lashes out against his opponent. He's lashing out a bit heavier now. It's frustrating. I think Coldstream, if Lehman's an example of their frustration of what's happened after that goal, yeah, let's hope they can keep their composure, because the umpires are just going to march the ball.
Someone's down in the middle, aren't they?
Yeah, they're out the back.
So there's a 20-man
everyone's on their feet
won't describe it too harshly, but they're good umpiring in a way just to say, let's stop the nonsense and play on.
Rouser looks like he's injured his hand.
So Rouser, he gets up. Once he knew he had the ball, he was all okay. He's kicked out wide to Wignall. Wignall's got time to steady. He's only got 1 to go to. Giles has got 2 to beat. Carrigan was late in with the spoil, and he concedes the free kick as he comes over the shoulder. He picked it up and then dropped the ball.
To be fair, I think it was just a case of missing the whistle, I hope.
Okay, you're very generous there, as Giles from 55 wouldn't have minded to be closer. His short pass has dropped, and Rinquist has to go again. His hand pass has put a bit of heat down the field for Donvale, but Coldstream, they're defending when they want to be doing attacking,
and they've
trailing by 29.
They've got to keep their cool here.
Oh, they're on the edge at the moment. He's pushing it.
Well, there's still 26 minutes left, downhill, down breeze. They'll get their chance. Just don't give away silly goals now.
Rouser at the back of the pack again, from the arc, picks it up, has a kick forward, and there's a free kick off the ball before it got to Rouser, and it'll be the way of the Vales.
Back where it came from, though, for those Coldstream fans listening, not at the top of the goal square.
Yeah, it's at the contest, and it's 40 metres out is the umpire, and we just get some check. Is that Giles again?
No, I think it's Matt Liardi. I think. Apologies if I'm wrong, but I think that's Matt Liardi.
Okay, so from 45, Donvale, if they can score here, will make it an almost impossible task, as there's Giles at the point of the ball, 20 metres out. I'll claim that as the right amount of meterage.
I'll give you 20.
As it's now a ball up, as Giles couldn't get out of the tackles. Coldstream defending. Lehman, who started a bit of a fracas in the middle of the ground earlier, does some ruck work. Now they're off to the races. Bounce to the ball. Second bounce coming up. Well, third bounce nearly there by Conte. Just puts it on the boot. Carrigan is quick, and he's ahead of his opponent. He'll get on the ball, slip over, unfortunately, picks himself up, and he's got over the shoulder. So he gets the free kick, as he had Fritsch there to help him. But Fritsch was a bystander now, because he'll hand it back to Carrigan. Well, if you're behind Carrigan when he's running, you're in trouble.
What about Jeremy Conte? The slalom.
Speed. Yeah.
In and out.
Well, and it was downhill skiing, the pace he was going.
And it was the lightest touch on that shoulder. It was just basically to say, hey, you're there.
And he was like the fox in the whitewater rafting sort of contest at Olympics. He was going through them beautifully, and it's a goal anyway to Carrigan, as I forget where I am, and Carrigan kicks the goal, and we are still a contest, thankfully. 23 points, 6 minutes into the fourth term.
Peak Gavin Casey there. Peak Gavin Casey.
And I was distracted from my point when you were like looking at me like, what are you going to go with? And I'm like, now I'm lost.
And he was rewarded there of just being able to get to the ball first. Whoever was going to get there first was maybe going to be able to pull in a free kick if they weren't able to.
Interesting to see who they put on ball. So Shield, Carrigan, Andretta and Lehman, and Carrigan and Fritsch are full forward. So they're 2 star Darcys in the goal square, and they've put bigger bodies around the footy here, Coldstream. Very, very interesting to see why Chad Rogers has done that. So we go up again, Haig, Lehman. Lehman kept his feet. The umpire's going to ping him again for that one. I think that one's harsh. But Haig will get the free kick. Coldstream were away there, really. Haig, short chewing ball, but they're running hard. Donvale, the spread was good. Lyle's got it, takes a bounce. He's under pressure from Renkamar, kicks it short in the Murphy direction. Downfield. Downfield, Nick Murphy, ill-discipline, catching out the Cougars here. I'm sure they'll be ready to blame the umpires, but Renkamar, I'm turning my decision around there. That was very harsh to be downfield, if even a free kick, but
didn't need to put out the hands. So.
Nonetheless, there couldn't be a worse player for Coldstream fans to have the ball in the hands of. Nick Murphy, distance won't be a problem, runs around on the left boot, kicked out. Scott Hardy's man got his fourth, 2 in the quarter. Donvale extend their lead back to 29 points. It's 11-12-78. Coldstream 6-13-49. 7.5 minutes gone in this last quarter. I still think there's plenty to play out in this one, but whenever they need one, Donvale, they get one.
Well, they've answered every time, and he's been key in this second half. That's the 3 of his 4 goals coming in the second half and the third and fourth quarters. He's just been impressive. He's worked hard, as you've said, Scott, and finally seen some reward.
He was key in the first half. They just didn't know.
Yeah.
So he's done extremely well. I know what you mean. I'm just being tongue-in-cheek there. But, yeah, look, a great option. And, again, really interesting little kicking style there. He sort of went around to the left and, open it up.
Well, it probably helps the ball to go straight if you kick around the corner.
Yeah.
So he was smart with that. As now another Haig walks through the tackles, and now it finishes in the hands of his teammate in Rouser. Rouser to Murphy, and he marks it on the chest.
He still might get the 10, Scott.
The opponent was on him until Murphy said, no longer will you have a hold of me, and pushes him off and takes a chest mark. And it's 30 metres out, Murphy looking for 5. He was out of sorts maybe in the first half, but now he's on his game.
And their kicking to him has been so much better now.
Yeah.
Giving him that room to lead up into.
That's it.
So he loves this end. He's kicked 2 already, so he should know what the middle of the goals look like. And that was the biggest sack of potato kick I've called today. And it's gone off the left like he was only wearing socks, and it's now a minor score.
He's kicked 4 goals, 3.
11-13-79, Donvale leading Coldstream 6-13-49. 9 minutes gone, final term of this elimination final, Division 3.
What did I say about his kicking style? Beautiful, beautiful action.
So Verstegen plays on, kicks it long down the corridor, it bounces, it's gone all the way to the centre wing. Whittaker got the handball back to Kent. Kent gave it back to Whittaker. Whittaker runs all the way back and gives a handball to Holland. He's under pressure from Conte. His little kick in the middle. There's 5 Magpies players. They'll raffle it off. Handball to Liardi. Under pressure. Stepped in and out of the Coldstream pressure. Got a handball wider still to Jordovic. Liardi gave it to Rouser. Poking ball inside forward 50. Warren missed it. Free kick. Going the way of Coldstream in the middle of the ground, or is it downfield?
It is downfield.
It's downfield. Sorry, he was pointing to where the free kick will go, and it's going to go the way of Harrison Giles.
So against Deakin?
Yeah, I think it was the tackle.
It was the afters.
Yeah, for Deakin on Rousey.
Because he probably thought the umpire is not going to pay down the field if we have our own little push and shove. But he was the only one pushing and shoving.
in terms of this now, I now think this is game over. Coldstream have lost their heads here. They don't have the ability to calm down at the moment. It's understandable, it's emotional, but especially if Harrison Giles can kick this 30 metres out, slide angle, kick off the boot, across the face. But a handy behind, 11-14, 80 Donvale, Coldstream 6-13-49. So Coldstream will need to kick 6 goals to win this match and keep Donvale scoreless. And
you saw that ball moving forward. Donvale had 3 or 4 open numbers in the midfield, so they're not quite running with them as they were in the first half.
They're probably, like I said, they're not sticking to a process here. They're all just trying to, they're riding emotion. They're almost trying too hard as Verstegen goes long down the line, straight up the guts. Haig flew, was under pressure from Sheldon Smith, who ended up with the footy. Price hacks it on the boot. Bouncing ball to centre half forward. Dutchy Holland should get there for Donvale first. He's overrun the football. Going in hard there was Edmonds. Did really well. Good tackle. Coldstream have got a chance here, but Donvale work it out well. Cameron's got it now. And for the first time today, Donvale have safely exited their defensive 50.
And the kick out wide, it's definitely keeping hand in ball now. Better Donvale. Kick high, Wignall was left underneath it, and the ball comes in, and it's out of bounds, out of side. Gives us a chance to look at the scores. 11 minutes in this fourth term. Donvale with a very handy lead, 11-14-80. Leading Coldstream 6-13-49. Brash, is there any more scores that you want to give us whilst we've got a moment?
Yeah, it's the live scores have dried up. I've got Montrose 10-7 to One Turner South 9-5. I haven't got, the only score I've got from Baronia is Baronia at 3/4 time 7-8. The Basin 7-7, and in Division 4. Churnside 10-7, Killside 9-9, but the live scoring seems to have died off.
I can update you with the Churnside. Churnside 11-8, 74 to Killside 10-9, 69, 7 minutes into the last quarter.
Thank you.
A thrilling game out there. I'm sure Ryan will be getting his Baronia scores as well.
Well, as you can tell, the ball it's sort of caught out on the outer side, and Donvale with a 31-point lead look like they've got this game in hand to advance to a preliminary final.
They just have to do the basics well, don't they, from here, Gav?
As they have got one man behind the ball, and it's
Holland.
It's Holland, and he gets wrapped up in a tackle that was over his shoulder, so he'll pick himself up and the ball for a kick. He's got a couple of shorts, including Zalek. And Zalek will take the mark, and he almost had to die for it, but it's well in hand now. Backwards goes the kick, and Mill has got it. So Mill's got some good short options. Where have the Coldstream players got to? Because it's in hand now, and it's hard to get out of Donvale's grasp. Second kick goes to Whittaker at half back. Whittaker's short pass is an undisputed kick into the hands of Ringquist, and he's looking at options unattended as well. This time he goes to potentially a contest, but Duncan gets out the back and takes a mark, running towards goal. 55 out, goes towards Haig, who drifts towards the goal square behind the lead-up of Murphy. That was smart, not only by Haig, not only by Murphy, but the kick by Duncan was brilliantly weighted.
Well, and it was just circle work from the way they moved the ball. Coldstream, again, the zone sort of breaking down. Scott and Ryan, they were sort of initially not pressuring the ball carrier, and then too many guys pressed up, and Duncan snuck out the back.
Haig looking for his third. Well, in my calculations, he's up for BOG, and his kick penetrates the middle of the goals. Haig's third, Donvale's 12-14, 86, leading Coldstream 6-13, 49. It's a 37-point lead, 13 minutes gone, final term of this elimination final.
And Murphy could see what Duncan did there. He went straight up to him as soon as it went over his head to say well done, because it was the best option. Obviously, it was presenting, but yeah, great eyes and great vision.
It'll be interesting to see how Coldstream react here, Gav, because as we've seen, tensions have flared in this last quarter.
Well, they might not even have the energy for that now, actually.
They may not. It's a good point. And obviously the most important man on this broadcast team now becomes Wayne Brasher. And he's
feeling the pitch down here as well.
He's a bit annoyed at some other people feeling the pitch around the grounds. Here we go. We've got a Baronia score.
I've got one. Baronia lead 56-50. 20 minutes left.
Very tight out at Mitcham. Fritsch has gone into the ruck. Rouser came through, though. Picked up the footy, was wrapped up by Lachlan Craig, and his kick from Rouser just falls into the hands of Jordovic. He's got a runner over the top. He's got Murphy, he's got Duncan, he's got Haig, he's got a plethora of options, and in the end, he pokes it towards Murphy. Three Cougars collide. Ball hits the deck. Jordovic goes back, little spin. Handball to Giles, got a runner in Zalak, mixed him, and then here come the Cougars. Left it behind, though. Mally Zalak, then he got tripped. Umpire said play on, and Daniel Price is away. Short ball down the line to Edmonds. He's got runner. Gives the handball off to Fritsch. Fritsch's kick straight into the chest of Charlie Kent, who wraps up Fritsch in a tackle. Handball to Edmonds. He's wrapped up by Goldsmith. Fritsch gets the footy back. Check side into the face of Zalek. There's a figure on the ball. And I think 31 Mitch Edmonds is going to go off the ground. He has to go off the ground for that. Charlie Kent will get the free kick. Mitch Edmonds, tensions, I've said they're flaring. Coldstream need to remember there are football games to be played in the future. So McCormick will get the handball from Kent and pump it up the line towards Duncan, who's been good today. Brought it to ground. Craig head over the footy. So does Kalosh. Came through Duncan. Handball to Zalek. Got a runner in Sinisic. Gives him the footy. Hagen Murphy down there. Pops it in the Haig direction. Won't get there on the full. Bounce suits McInerney. Under pressure from Haig. Wrapped him up in a tackle. Umpire says give it to me. 35 metres out from the Donvale goal.
Mitchell Edmonds, he probably had to get sent off there. There was really no need for it, and he basically just pushed his head.
It was pretty poor. It was pretty poor. So up we go again. Fritsch won the hit out down. Donvale really rubbing salt into the wound here. Kicked out wide. Jordovic might just take the mark here. He does. The ball floated in the air like a pop fly. And he took the mark, leapt well, protected himself in the air, and will line up 20 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Bruce, I didn't know what he was talking about either.
Little pop fly.
Yeah, he got it. Baseball.
Like a goalkeeper in there as well.
I was like, what sort of insect's a pop fly?
Another Pete Gav Casey moment, really taking things in a left field direction. So Caleb Jordovic, young fella, probably playing in his first senior final, comes in. Pretty simple kick. We've got a good view at it. Pokes it home. He's got a goal. Donvale have got 13-14, 92. They're sending a real statement. They're heading into the prelim final against Warrandyte next week. They lead by 43 points here. 16 and a half minutes gone in this last quarter.
And this is the sort of footy that we thought at their best, you know, they can really probably contend. You know, they'll back themselves if they can play like they have in the second half. Their forwards have been a lot better. You look at how dangerous Murphy and Haig has been when he can play those multiple positions, and Duncan as well. And their backs, you know, we go back to that play before the incident with Edmonds. You know, it was a couple of, you know, good smothers. You know, you probably don't even have to with less than 10 minutes to go have that sort of pressure, but they continue to do so.
So the ball back in the middle. Fritsch goes into the middle to try to get into the contest. Long ball down the line, and it's been marked by Smith in the end, who just a short lead, takes it on the chest because the wind helped that quick kick out of the centre of Jubilee Park. And there's not much excitement for the Cougar fans at the moment, so the cheer wasn't very loud. But Smith's hurrying to get this kick done, and he puts it through the middle.
No,
so,
to the right.
Oh. The goal umpire drifted off late, and so did the football, obviously. And Coldstream, another miss. 6. Is it updating? Are we 6-14 at 50, trailing Donvale 13-14 at 92.
So Whittaker brought it in. Sorry, Ryan.
No, sorry, just a quick update. Churnside 12-8-80 to Kilsyth 10-9-69.
So it's still a tight one out there at Eastfield Reserve. Chip from Whittaker onto the chest of Zalak. It's a weird time in this game now. That kick beautifully onto the chest of Duncan. He's been really impressive as the centre-half forward today for Donvale. As he does that, he turns the ball over into the corridor. Although they might win out here, they will. Cameron got his hands free. Handball over the top towards Zalek. He'll be under pressure from Price. Does well. Keeps it in front of him. Handball out wide to Holland. It's been one of the quieter Magpies. Good ball user, though. Chips it out in front of his target in Kapakalakis, who kept his feet under pressure from Hart. And he's run over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in as we edge into time on in this last quarter. So Donvale will play Warrandyte. Last time they met, Donvale won by a point at Donvale. But Warrandyte, at their best, proved they can take it up to Waverley. So it's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah. And it seems Donvale's sort of, you know, heading into a different form at the moment. These two sides have played. Coldstream and Donvale have always been a close contest. So Coldstream will be very disappointed with the result.
Wayne Brasher, score centre.
Yeah, last score I've got here, Montrose 10-7-67, Wanturna South 9-6-60.
Ooh, interesting stuff.
Just a couple of key players at Donvale, I thought, in the back line. We probably haven't spoken about too much, but Nathan Mill and Charlie Kent, they've been really solid all afternoon, I thought.
Especially Mill. The fact that Darcy Fritsch, probably the marquee forward of the competitions, had to go into the ruck has been spectacular.
And the fact that they know they're in control when they are armed to run.
Yeah.
Those sort of players. Donvale know that they're going okay in defence, as now they're trying to battle in the middle. And that's a beautiful tackle applied, and it goes the way of Donvale and now Zalek leads up. Hand passes off to Liardi. Liardi looks at options. Murphy got this way, that way, confused all, including himself, and his opponent took the mark. The kick inside the middle is well marked there, and this time it's Andriata. Kicks it out wide as Coldstream look for another inside 50. Craig leads up and takes the mark as he stretches towards the boundary line. His kick in board finds a teammate. It's marked by Felstead, and Felstead's got it in hand and looks towards the sticks and hopes to put a consolation on. He quickly plays on, hooks it around the corner. In doing so, he doesn't get a much distance, drops short, and Mill knocks it over the line for another minor score. Coldstream 6-15-51, 41-point trailers as Donvale are 13-14, 92, 21 minutes gone in this final term.
And it looks like Churnside's kicking away now, 13-9-87 to 10-9-69, 15 minutes into the last quarter.
Still just 3 goals as Whittaker's kick came into Cameron in the back pocket, back to Whittaker. So they're hemmed in here, Donvale, but as opposed to their opening 10 minutes of the game, their composure, their nerves, they're all gone now. Everything's pretty smooth sailing as Liardi will go across ground, and as I say that, his kick came off the instep and wobbled its way towards the boundary line, just landed in the field of play and won't have a ball up.
That's one thing they'll probably need to work on looking forward to next week, Donvale, just that back sort of getting it out of defence, you know, effectively. They've managed to hold on.
Especially up the hill. Especially up the hill. As it's thrown in here, they've outscored them despite being against the breeze of the Vales this quarter as McCormick's handball came through to Zalak, who gave it to Goldsmith, who slapped it on the boot. Big fly from Lyle, and he's been paid it. I don't think he controlled it, Lyle, but he's been paid the mark. Huge fly. Ben Lyle Well done, you, sir. Plays on. Kicks down the line, downfield. It's going from bad to worse for Coldstream. Darcy Fritsch there. A few frustrations after a quiet day at the footy. Kapakalakis takes the free kick quickly. Pokes it to centre half forward. And the mark's taken by Jordovic. He's got Murphy in the pocket. Kicks it out in front. And the superstar takes the mark. Go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre. Murphy plays on. Sorry, Brash. Runs to 40. And misses. Over to you, Brash.
Montrose 11-8-74. Wanturna South 9-9-60 confirming Scotty's score there. Churnside Park 13-10-88. Kilsyth 10-10-40. And in Division 2, obviously a three-quarter time score not updated. But
I've got one here. Bronya 69-51 against the Basin.
Looks like the Hawks are going to hang on in there. And we'll take on East Burwood, who they beat at last time of asking. And Blake Tennant will be happy too with Montrose holding at the moment. Craig's kick is intercepted by Kapakalakis at centre half back. He wheels on the left immediately. Duncan's got two to beat, brought it to ground, did it beautifully. And then like a basketballer, controlled the footy. Handle out wide to Goldsmith. They can raffle this off inside forward 50. Short chipping ball finds Rehnquist. About 50 from home. Got options everywhere. Low ball to the top of the square. And the mark's taken by Verstegen.
Verstegen mops up at full back. He gets his kick out of defence and Fritsch is underneath. It takes the mark in half back. He's kicking board. Those diagonals at half back, they've got to hit the target or you're in a world of pain, but the spoil does go out of bounds and saves the blushes of Fritsch. And it's Donvale doing all the small things right now.
Yeah, credit to them. They're obviously, they're obviously, you know, they've got this game under control, but still fighting for it, and you love to see it.
So trying to get it going was Deacon. He's under a heap of pressure. So the hand passes fly out and Sinisic is under pressure, gets it forward. Into the run is Rehnquist. Rehnquist gets it out to Jordovic. Jordovic from 40, running towards goal. He tries to bend it around the corner, but it sprays off to the right and misses. But they are electric when they get forward of the contest, are Donvale. This time it's a missed score, 13-16-94, leading Coldstream by 43, 6-15-51, 24 minutes gone. And Donvale can look ahead to next week where they'll play Warrandyte for a chance to get in the Division 3 grand final.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they put on the bench for these last few moments. As Verstegen's gone the top and he hasn't collected it, but it'll work out okay because it's floated on the chest of Darcy Fritsch. He's got a runner in Price out wide, puts it out in front of him, but the boundary line should win out and does. We have a boundary thrown right in front of us. 43 points the margin. Donvale, their second half has been impressive. At half-time, it was Coldstream by 3 points. After half-time, Coldstream have kicked 1 goal, 5. Donvale have kicked 8 goals, 9. So really, it could have been an even bigger margin. Smith tapped it down to himself and then went in to try and get it again. Fritsch got the handball out wide to Price. His handball set a task for his teammate Conti. Then he goes between the legs of Liardi to Hart. Hart kicked it into the corridor. Holland's underneath it. Dropped the mark. Lachlan Craig gets the crumb. Handball over the top to Renkamar. He can run to 40 and have a shot if he controls it. Gets onto his right boot. Under pressure from Jordovic. Got run down.
Done.
Renkamar didn't see him coming and Caleb Jordovic got the free kick, and then I don't know why Renkamar's complaining. What can he complain about? That's the dictionary definition of holding the ball.
I think him and Edmonds are trying to say he got the touch away, hand pass, kick, whatever it was.
I don't know. That's holding the ball. Jordovic into the middle. Cameron, Holland. Step between two of them twice just for fun. Then goes short to Kapakalakis. They're toying with them now, the Vales. Where's he going? Long, top of the square. Duncan might get a free kick here. Umpire saw nothing. And the mark has been taken by Daniel Verstegen, being one of Coldstream's best.
Just that tackle where Jordovic, or just the pressure anyway, just continued. You really like to see it as a coach and as a supporter. You would love to see it.
Hart took the clearing kick, but his hand pass on. Edmonds got underneath it. Shields there, but it's just not falling the way of Coldstream anymore.
Big John O'Venn down there. First touch in a long time.
Get the
How'd you go, Jono?
I went all right, but it's not as good as my golden fisted icon park of EFLW earlier this year.
That definitely wasn't a hard ball get, but anyway, it's we'll get more scores around the EFNL with Brash.
Yeah, Churnside Park 13-11-89, Kilsyth 10-10-70.
So depending on the time, it seems like we're ahead of schedule, Gav.
Yeah, it was such a great contest for definitely the first half, but Coldstream seemed to run out of puff, and Donvale noticing that, all run when they can be. But it's a good contest for the ball now. Running into it, McCormack, he sort of worked off the pack of players. Now he's there to mop up as the ball just gets pushed forward for Coldstream, and it's in the hands of Lehman around the corner for Edmonds. He's got no energy to run after it, so he allows the Donvale player to run past him, but the boundary is too close.
Do you reckon he knows that bloke he's just shaking hands with over the boundary line?
So Kent.
I think that Montrose have won.
Yes. According
to the EFNL media team WhatsApp.
Oh no, it's blowing up, has it?
Big Tonsils tenant. Lehman won it down. Spinning in and out of trouble was Carrigan. Might have been taken high. Umpire said no, and then Price lays a tackle on Kapakalakis.
Goal of the Basin brings it back to 12 points. 20 minutes gone in the last quarter there.
And there's another ball up here in the Coldstream forward 50. Umpire Morris balls it up. Kapakalakis, the shortest ruckman on the ground, got the hit out. Bounces up to Liardi. He takes a bounce at centre half back. He takes a second bounce on the cricket pitch. He'll take a third bounce at the other end of the cricket pitch. He might take a fourth, will he? No, tried to fend off the Stegen, got the handball away just in time. Umpire says play on. And Andretta gives it off to the runner, Koga. Short ball to Kalosh, and Coldstream will get another chance.
It's exciting, but the only problem with bouncing is you burn your options.
Yeah, exactly. It wastes time waiting for the ball to come back to you as Coldstream get a chance to go inside forward 50. Craig's the target. Going out there is Mill. Did really well. He's beaten everyone who's been sent to him today and gets a little short ball to Cameron. Cameron round the corner to Sinisic. McCormack wants everyone to calm down, but some of the Donvale players just want to keep piling on the misery. And then they just chip it along the boundary line like a Mick Malthouse Collingwood side, and Rehnquist takes the mark, 85 from home. Probably 100, actually. I've been a bit generous there in 85.
Oh, you have a go at me now.
I was about to say, it's a very long way from home. Kick into the man of the mark. Rehnquist will go back and get it. Handball, McCormick under pressure. Chipping ball in the middle to Darcy Smith, who takes the mark. And he can switch the play if he wants, the big ruckman, but instead he'll go on the left foot into the middle of the ground to Cameron. Been getting a lot of it this last quarter. Nick Murphy watch from Scott Hardy. He's a bit disappointed the big man hasn't got much movement at the moment. Cameron towards the Duncan direction. Got a few Cougars to beat, doesn't beat them. And then Warren kicks it out to the wing. McCormack picked it up. This time he's in the Murphy direction. It might float in the Lyle direction, but Koga got back, is it? No, not Koga.
Yeah.
It is Koga?
Yep.
Well, whoever it is, it's not Koga. He's taken on the tackler, got away with it. Duncan, handball to Murphy, too hot for him to handle. Yep. And there's been a free kick going the way of Donvale.
Not Murphy.
And we're going to go to Wayne Brasher for a score update.
Yeah, I'm going to call this one Matty Churnside 14-11-95, Kilsyth 10-10-70.
It's like election night. Anthony Green's just called it.
I'm still... Yeah, Anthony, yeah. We need Brash to have a big board, a big TV. I don't know how Nick Murphy's got a free kick here.
Yeah,
unless there was a downfield.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
No one touched him.
I don't know what he got it for, but he's got it.
Oh, abuse. I've been told by umpire director Peter Carey that there was some chat back from the Coldstream players. So Nick Murphy, the beneficiary, runs around for his fifth. He's hooked it.
Yes, it's his fifth point.
It is.
Could have had 10. Could have had 10.
He could have had 10. 4 goals, 5 for Nick Murphy, 13-17, 95 for Donvale. They lead by 44 points over Coldstream. 30 minutes gone in this last quarter. Donvale will get another chance. They'll go through to the prelim against Warrandyte. Coldstream, considering they come up a division, Gav, it's still been a pretty good year.
Oh, definitely. We're going to just check Scott's education on could have had 10. 4-5.
Oh, maybe there was an out of full in there as Liardi bombs it to the top of the square. And it's Warren tried to slap a few. Jordovic's toe poked it through. Jordovic's got his second. Donvale got their 14th. Lee Warren's gone to spoil it through. Hasn't got the cleanest of connections. And then Jordovic just toe poked it out like the good Eastern European boy he is. He's got his second. Donvale get over the 100 mark. They're 101. Coldstream 6-15-51.
Take him to Qatar.
I was just saying, I know my 5 + 4 is 9, but I was just saying maybe if they look for him, probably could have got 10. Yeah, 15 possibly.
So it's been quite the fortnight for Caleb Jordovic. Best on ground against Coldstream last week, and then 2 goals in the last quarter as he's going through to a prelim final.
Yeah, they've got some X factor around the flanks, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So here they go again, do Donvale. This time it's Smith picking it out of the ruck and doing a long bomb inside 50. So he gets a clearance and an inside 50. There is the siren for this elimination final. It's
Donvale winning today. Donvale 14-17, 101. 50-point victors over Coldstream, 6-15-51. They were trailing by 3 points, Donvale, at half-time, but they have run right in the second half to easily claim this elimination final. They will meet Warrandyte next week, and the winner of that game will proceed to the grand final, where Waverley Blues wait for them in a fortnight.
Absolutely. Goal kickers. Nick Murphy ended up with 4 goals, 5 to lead all comers. Zach Haig with 3. The ruckman tore the game apart in the second half. 2 to Caleb Jordovic and 2 to Harrison Giles. Singles to Ethan Duncan, James Rouser and Matt Liardi. Whilst for Coldstream, there was 2 goals to Darcy Carrigan and singles to Jai Deacon, Cameron Shield, Jeremy Conti, and Mitchell Edmonds. Incredible second half from Donvale's Scott and Ryan, where the Vales kicked 9 goals, 10 to Coldstream's 1 goal 5.
Yeah, they really put the gas on in that third quarter. I thought it started with Haig. I thought Haig's third quarter was just massive, and he got a lot of the players involved, and Murphy was able to finally be able to, the ball use inside 50 to Murphy and to Duncan and to a few of those players was a lot cleaner.
It was just a tale of 2 halves, really, wasn't it? It was we were saying sort of just that composure that Donvale didn't have in that first half. Then they composed themselves and showed a great result, obviously finding great scoring options whilst lowering the odds, which is what we sort of spoke about. Coldstream were disappointed with that margin as well. It was probably towards the end they'd sort of given up anyway. And it was very similar to sort of yesterday. But what a win for Donvale, and puts them in great stead going ahead.
And absolutely. And in terms of the way they played their footy, they'll take confidence from the fact that they beat Warrandyte last time, as we mentioned on the call. And if they play that footy, we know Warrandyte will try to, they'll probably defend better than Coldstream, but if they can play that style of footy, they'll really take it up to Warrandyte. And Waverley would be a little bit worried about Donvale because of how many attacking weapons they've got. So many guys could kick a bag on their day. I'm trying to find John O'Ven. I think he's got Donvale skipper Nick Murphy, who kicked 4 goals, 5 today, and according to Scott Hardy, could have had about 25.
I do indeed, Matt. Well, Nick, what a game and what a performance by your lads today. The toss was won with the wind, and did too well in the first half of the first quarter, but the boys responded and never looked back.
Yeah, it was good. We were probably pretty lucky. They had a couple go down, we noticed, so we knew if we'd stuck with them sort of to half-time, we'd be able to get on top, and I think that third quarter sort of we were able to break them open a little bit, and then had the momentum in the last couple of goals at the start of the last quarter, probably finished it off.
Zach Haig had 3 goals. He was very impressive, and he's definitely a player, a very important one for next week as you take on Warrandyte here at Jubilee Park next week.
Yeah, he's probably our most important player, Zach. When he plays well, we normally win. Probably had his colours lowered a little bit in the first half and got asked to respond in the second half, and I reckon he was the best player on the ground in the second half for sure.
How do you prepare for the semi next week? What's the routine going to be like? What are you expecting the feeling to be around the club in the lead up to the game?
It'll be a big game. Obviously, the week off the AFL, the Donvale Warrandyte have had some really close games over the last 2 or 3 years, so I'm really looking forward to it. Warrandyte guys, good bunch of guys. We get on pretty well with them, but that won't be the case at 2:20 next Saturday.
Nick Murphy, thanks for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Up to you guys.
Thanks to Jono down there with Nick Murphy. We'll have plenty of time for Jono to grab one more interview, you would suspect, after getting the song. So we need Jono to get into the rooms and get the song for us.
Oh, they're waiting for
They're waiting for Nick and Jono. Look at Nick and Jono, 2 athletes running towards the boundary. As we go.
Sorry, guys, probably should have walked in with them.
Right. As we go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, we got a final score. Baronia 10-10-70 have defeated the Basin 9-7-61.
Go Hawker.
There you go. So Baronia in to take on East Burwood, a team they beat comfortably last time they played them, Ryan.
Yeah, and they had a few outs then, so I'd back them in again, especially if Mariani's not there, but should be a good contest.
Absolutely, and we're still waiting. Of course, Churnside were the early leaders, and Montrose seem to have won. Brash?
You have. I've got a final from Churnside and Kilsyth. Churnside go through to us prelim 14-11-95, defeated Kilsyth 10-11-71. And in First Division, I still haven't got an updated score yet.
But we believe Montrose have won.
Yes. And lads, they're down in the room. Here's the song.
Donvale Magpies, they're singing their song. They'll continue on this season after a thumping 50-point win. It could have been more too. 14-17 to Coldstream, 6-15. It was a massive second half performance, so let's get our votes for. Let's start with the goal of the day. There was a couple of contenders. Cameron Shields won in the second quarter right in front of us. A beautiful one across the body, tucked in on the boundary line. Caleb Jordovic had one at the end there with his little toe poke. There was a team effort from Matt Liardi running on from 45 in front of us again, Gab, but I think Nick Murphy's last quarter left foot, check side, across, outside of the boot, running the wrong way, has to be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
No arguments from me there, Matt. I think that's a good choice.
I knew I had you on my team, Scotty, but I don't think there was any other contenders, although Gav, that Cam Shield one early on was
Shield had a really good goal there.
Really good goal, so...
Still think Murphy.
Yeah, he probably deserves one award or Scott will go home pretty sad. For Eastland 4 workers, workman of the day, Gav, there's a lot of players out there that did not stop trying.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually hard to find. Do you think Mill...
I think Mill or Cameron, one of those defenders, even Charlie Kent, all three of them were really, really impressive. It looks like Jono's just going to try and grab an interview, hopefully with Nathan Mill, if we can, the number 17.
Yeah, I don't think so. They're just going through motions at the moment, just downstairs, so yeah, I'll try.
Get yourself in there, Jono. Get yourself in there.
I thought Duncan was good, Ethan Duncan. He obviously copped that knock, but his tackling pressure around the ground, and he kept going, and he took a heap of marks as well. He was definitely...
Yeah, he definitely did, and on his day could have kicked a lot more than the one goal, obviously, as well. Gav?
Oh, well, there's Rouser as well, I suppose, because he was an engine room bulldog, and... yeah, so do you give it...
Bulldogs on your mind.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, true. Well, that bar song was, I hope that's never played again today. We give it to the defender, I reckon.
I thought Nathan Mill, considering the fact that Fritsch last week kicked 6, was there clearly been dominant all season, and last year he was missing.
Probably on Mill. I don't know if Mill played last week, but... Nathan Mill probably would have played on Darcy Fritsch, you would assume. So
it's a very notable win for Donvale to have that. So he deserves an award because you can plan for something, but I think we're all a bit surprised that Fritsch didn't have an impact today.
And he was on him any time. Fritsch didn't have any space, so a few of the times that it did go his way.
That is a good point. But even all the Coldstream defenders, forwards, like Mitch Edmonds was their best forward up until he sort of lost his marbles in the last quarter, but obviously emotions were high. But even he had to take marks always with someone all over him. There was never a moment where a Coldstream defender really got space besides Conti, but that was just because he's way too fast for everyone. Whereas at stages, obviously, Zach Haig, if someone was on him, it didn't matter. He just manhandled them. But Nick Murphy got away from them, Duncan got away from them, so just a bit of separation. So we might have to have a mill over that one and see who we can come up with. But Eastland Player of the Day...
Stacks on the mill,
yeah, we will. We'll get our votes. We'll start with you, Scott Hardy. You're 3-2-1 for the Eastland Player of the Day.
Yeah, one to Rouser, 2 to Zach Haig, and 3 to Nick Murphy.
I've gone the 1 with Mill just for the reasons mentioned before. Murphy, in the end, when you kick 4 or 5, had to feature him in there with 2, and then Zach Haig with the 3. I just thought his third quarter was massive in turning the tide and getting Donvale on top of the game.
Gavin?
Yeah, I think Mill deserves credit with 1 vote. I thought Rouser was set Donvale up. They were under a bit of pressure, actually. That first 15 minutes, they were being dominated. And until Rouser sort of took control around some contest, I think it lifted everyone around him. So I reckon to be in the contest where they were at half-time has to be remembered. And the highlight of the day was when Haig was just... playing like a man against boys sometimes, taking the ball out of the ruck contest, running away from packs, pushing off people like they had no weight on them whatsoever, kicking goals. He was doing it all, and he was doing it in sensational fashion. So for me, he had to be best on ground.
Yeah, so I'm pretty much close to you, Gav. 1 vote I got James Rouser. I think he was fantastic in terms of all day, even when at the start when they were a bit frazzled. When he got the ball, it was calm, collected. He went forward and kicked goals. He was always laying tackles. He's the heart and soul of that football club, just in general. He's a very unassuming character, but he's a very intelligent player in terms of his handballs, always set up players in good position. So I gave him 1 vote. Nathan Mill, just for those reasons we talked about. If it was him, I'm not entirely sure if he was playing last week, but if Nathan Mill was playing last week and on Darcy Fritsch, it's the equivalent of, losing by 50 points and winning by 50 the next week. Fritsch has kicked 6 goals the week before. You're playing on one of the premier forwards of the whole competition, not just this division. And to keep him almost touchless to half-time, Fritsch had to go into the ruck and play on ball almost to get a kick. So Nathan Mill gets my 2 votes, but Zach Haig, that second half performance, especially that sort of 10-minute period in the third quarter where he seemed like he got every clearance. He either kicked the goals or he set them up with his 100-metre tumbling punts. So it looks like Zach Haig is our Eastland player of the day, and I think Nathan Mill should probably get that workhorse then, given how many votes he got. We're still waiting to see if Jono can snare another player for an interview. But Brash, over in the score centre, have you got any more final scores for us?
No, not yet, Matty. Just for the 2 that I just read out before.
Yep.
We still haven't got... I know Montrose has won, but I haven't got a final yet.
Okay, so the finals next week, I'm just going through them. So Premier Division will be South Croydon and Blackburn, whilst Balwyn play Doncaster East on the Sunday, with the obviously Roval and Owl Park getting the week off. In Division 1, East Ringwood will play Mitcham, of course, who beat Mooroolbark by 40 points yesterday in a big upset, whilst Mooroolbark will host Montrose, again hosting at a neutral venue on the Sunday in a do-or-die eliminator. In Division 2, it'll be South Belgrave and Ringwood in a tasty one at Mitcham before East Belwood play Baronia. In Division 3, as we said, the prelim final will be Warrandyte and Donvale. And then in Division 4, it will be Surrey Park and Chirnside. John O'Ven is down there with our Eastland 4 workers, workman of the day, Nathan Mill.
The workman indeed, Nathan. Well done today, and well done to the boys. Well, you lifted after quarter time, and yeah, you managed to shut down Darcy Fritsch as well. I mean, it took a lot of effort out there, and you got the reward.
Yeah, especially after that start when we turned 2 over in the deep 50 to come back from that was pretty nice. Darcy kicked off Fritsch 6 last week, I think, so it was nice to turn that around and take a bit of charge, and yeah, it went all right, so it was good. Yeah.
How much did you draw on the experience from last week into today, and how does it compare?
Yeah, so we actually, it was really good. We took every person in our back line last week. We had to write down 2 things about our player, knowing we were going to play again and how we could play. And last week I got caught in front a little bit against Fritsch, and he took a few on my head. So it was just play from behind and then use my speed and try to keep up with him and then spoil late. And it worked today, so it was good to talk about that. But yeah, it worked for everyone. Like, everyone knew who they were coming up against and how we were lining up. So it's always nice when you play the same team twice in a row. It's good. You get a bit of a plan going, and it was good. So.
Looking on to next week then against Warrandyte, how are you feeling personally, and what are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't see any of the game or anything yesterday, so I know it was a close one. So hope they're a bit sore and they've come out of that a bit battered. I know they have the extra day on us, but it's going to be interesting. It was a close one last time. We just snuck over the line, and then they got us the first time. They came home hard at the end. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting matchup. We'll just see how we go. Hopefully we can start a bit stronger than we did today, and we can get off to a flyer. So, yeah.
Nathan Mill, the workman of the day, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Jono Ven's got the advantage of having the whole Donvale team out there for a stretch. If he wants to snare another one, Jono, you've got time. It's up to you, my friend. Gents, so those next finals, as I mentioned, so we'll go through them again. South Croydon and Blackburn, Balwyn and Doncaster East in the elimination finals in Premier. Division 1, East Ringwood and Mitcham for a spot in the grand final. An unlikely challenger to East Ringwood there in Mitcham. Mooroolbark have to respond after 2 straight losses. They will play Montrose, a side who hasn't beaten them yet this year, but they'll be buoyed by 7 straight wins. South Belgrave and Ringwood in Division 2, a very, very tasty game there, given Ringwood's performance yesterday. East Belwood and Baronia. Baronia beat them last time at East Belwood, and East Belwood will be battered after that big loss yesterday. As we mentioned there, Warrandyte and Donvale. Donvale won by 1 point last time. So those 2 sides, and I think Warrandyte won by 3 points the first time round. So both very evenly matched. And Surrey Park and Chirnside Park, every game they've played this year has been tightly contested. Surrey Park won the last one, but Chirnside Park won the first 2. Which game jumps out to you guys the most? I'll start with you, Brash.
I think the most important game for me is the Mooroolbark Montrose game next week. Mainly because I reckon they've gone off the ball, Mooroolbark.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And do you give Montrose...
Oh, they're right into it.
Well, but like Montrose... So Montrose will fancy himself. They win... If Montrose win next week, that's 8 in a row. They won't care who they play in a prelim.
No, I think, put it this way, the pressure's more on Mooroolbark next week than it is on Montrose.
Well, Montrose have exceeded expectations.
And they've had the wood over the Tigers if the Tigers lose. I think they won the last 3
And I
against
think
them.
the other tasty contest is the the contest between South Belgrave and Ringwood.
Yeah, absolutely. Given, Ringwood have usually been the side in South Belgrave's position. Scotty?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Mitcham and East Ringwood. I think just from what, Mitcham delivered yesterday to sort of see if they can continue with that form. Obviously going up against, another juggernaut. So good, it's going to test them. But yeah, one that I'll be keeping an eye on.
Ryan?
Yeah, I think
I can pick the one you're really interested in. But which one do you think neutrally you can...
I think the 2 Division 1 games are set up to be really good. Mitcham, they really impressed me on the weekend. I didn't think they had that in them, a 40-point win to how they ran away with that. But East Ringwood have been good all year, and I can't see them losing. But I think this is a big chance for the Tigers to make a statement. And then obviously Montrose, real chance.
Brash nailed it. I agree with him. But if I can go to Premier Division because they are our highest echelon, I feel like 4th and 5th.
Baldwin, Doncaster East. That 4th and 5th game was always going to be. It was going to be really sad to lose whoever lost that because all sides in that top 5 have a case for a flag.
Yeah, I think you're knocking out a contender in that game because I feel like the advantage over the 6th is quite evident in the Premier Division. But 4th and 5th, just whoever landed, and now it's Baldwin and Donny East. Maybe Donny East, Baldwin's lost, some games recently too.
The thing is, Doncaster East Roval will be very happy to see the back of them. They're one of the 2 sides to beat them. Yeah. Baldwin on their day, I know I've been banging this drum all year, are definitely up there. So, and South Croydon, the way they're playing footy, have been scary. So I agree with you. These 2 elimination finals next week are massive.
Yeah, because I feel like Baldwin and Donny East have been a bit sketchy, and I don't know whether they've just known where they're at for a long time.
Yeah.
That winning or losing hasn't had a consequence.
Well, exactly.
For them.
Doncaster East, speaking of off the boil, Brash, they had 3 losses. Well, they've played 1.5 games over the last 3 rounds, but they haven't won any of them.
Yeah, no, they've had a very unusual run in, and Baldwin without Charlie Haley.
They need to get him back on the
park. They've got to get him in because 4 goals out of from that outfit yesterday. That's not a good enough return for Baldwin.
Not from a Baldwin team that pride themselves on scoring.
However, that being said, Roval have thoroughly deserved their
minor
premiership. They've beaten Noble Park. They've beaten everyone twice in the top 6 except Doncaster East once. They go into this final series in ripping nick, and I think that they're going to be the team to beat.
I'll just quickly grab Jono's most exciting game. Obviously, the women's grand finals, mate. Your Eastern Devils. You'll be excited about them. But what about on the men's side of things?
Yeah, I want to agree with Brash. I reckon the Montrose and Royal game will definitely be a close one.
Well, local rivals as well. There'll be plenty of feeling in that one.
Can I just say with Roval, Brash, and you'll remember this, they won a premiership mid-2000s in Division 4.
Yes.
Division 3, they won the premiership the next year. Division 2, they won a premiership again. Or did they make a grand final?
Are we talking about Roval?
Yeah, Roval.
Yeah, no, Roval almost made it 4-1. They fell out, I think, in the prelim or the granny, making the full rise.
Yeah, so their rise was quick.
Astronomical.
But
meteoric.
Astronomical.
I just looked at Lee Green. He's not happy with me there.
But 15 years ago, they were in Division 4, and like any of these clubs that we're seeing right now, going, well, it's a long way to the top. But they went on a rock and roll, and they've got going, and they're a powerhouse club.
No.
So it can come. I know 15 years seems like a long time, but when you look back, it's only yesterday where they were building something from nothing, and now they are the best team in the competition.
Given some of the properties we've seen in that area, Ray Baird was showing you and I off the camera, Gav, there's plenty of cashola rolling around in those suburbs now. They've come a long way from the working class suburb, haven't they, in a long time?
Might be for too much longer.
My game personally, before we sign off here, I think Warrandyte Donvale is going to be enthralling. Yeah. I think both sides play footy the right way, and this ground, as we've seen today, because of so much space and the condition it's in, I think it sort of brings about free-flowing games of footy. I know it's a 50-point loss, but Coldstream did have 21 scoring shots. So it's
the only thing I will say about that, Matty, I reckon I'm a little bit worried about Warrandyte's reliance on Ryan Phillips.
Yeah, but Quinn Clark's kicked 11 goals in the last 2 weeks. I've got to cut you off there, Brash, because I'm getting the hurry up. Thank you to you, though, in the Score Centre and hosting today. It's a different role to you. Scott Hardy in the special comments chair with Ryan Long, important hard workers of the media team. Gavin Casey back in the commentators chair.